but we'll start with Ms. Bautista.
Ms. Bautista, go ahead.
Hello, commissioners. I'd just like to bring up a concern that I've had in regards to the DA's report, which I know is a later agenda item, but I just like to voice that I think after reading the report, it's clear that Pasadena Police Department should not be responsible for the collection of evidence and presentation of evidence in regards to officer-involved shootings towards the DA's investigation. The DA's investigation was based off of this evidence, primarily evidence that PPD collected, and there are also, the police officers Mulrooney and Duncan gave up their DNA to another PPD officer for an internal investigation to review the DNA on the gun that they retrieved. And I think they're just for multiple reasons. This was alarming to read. And I think that this commission should assess the possibility of having independent investigators coming onto the scene of an officer-involved shooting and not having PPD officers who go to each other's retirement parties, no matter whether they've killed innocent Black residents of Pasadena or not, and basically have each other's backs, so to speak, on multiple that involve the kind when it comes to officer involved.
Ms. Bautista, I'm not sure if you were done. You were muted. Give you 1 second to unmute if that was the end. Okay, we will assume that was the end then. Thank you. I have one more attendee who has their hand raised, the Jimenez family. I believe, let's see if that's for public comment.
Hi, my name is Jessica Valdivia, and I'm Ernesto Jimenez's sister. My brother was shot and killed on November 13th, as probably you remember that shooting on by Villa Park on Park Street. And I'm here, this is my first time on this meeting. So I just wanted to let you know, guys, that his case is still open for any information. There's still 10,000 rewards who will give information about, his about these people who shot Ernesto. As we know, there were 3 persons involved on the car on the shooting. He received 21 gunshots. And I want, to make a refreshment that the case is still open. His case is still open. I'm still fighting. I met with Sandra Potts a few months ago about my brother's case, and I'm still fighting. I'm still calling the DA's office because they do have a lot of information, but they don't want to make any arrest at this moment. Even they do have a person of interest with a DA fingerprint, one of the bullet casings, and they don't want to do anything. So, I'm open for, what else can I do? Who else can I call? So to help on my brother's case.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. I believe that is all the public comments we have on items not on the agenda, Chair.
Thank you, Amanda. I believe Ms. Ms. Valdivia is also one of our speakers in one of our agenda items. So she's welcome to further elaborate or share even more once we get to that agenda item. But thank you for your initial comments. With that, we will now move to approval of minutes from our April 7th, 2022 agenda item. But before we go into that, I see Commissioner Argento's hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to say that a new law was passed, I believe it's in 2020 or 2021. And under that new state law, an officer-involved shooting will be investigated by the Attorney General and not the Attorney General's office rather than the local, than the DA. I'm not sure about all the particulars on it, but there is some new law on this where the idea is bringing in people who are certainly on the face of things more independent. I'm not saying anything specifically about the quality of the Pasadena Police Department investigation. I'm really not familiar with the details of it, but that there has been a new law that responds to the concern about having persons outside the jurisdiction investigate an officer-involved shooting.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is good to know. With that, we will move forward to approval of minutes from our April 7th, 2022 meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the minutes, the draft minutes were included in your agenda packet. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we're looking for a motion, although we do have a public comment on this item from Ms. Bautista, if you would like to take that comment before you vote.
Yeah, of course.
One moment, please.
Ms. Batista, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, sorry, I put in a comment for this item by mistake. Sorry about that.
Problem at all. Thank you for letting us know. With that said, if you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we're looking for a motion to move to approve the minutes from April 7th.
I motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Frankie.
Commissioner Abernathy,
Yes.
Commissioner Anong,
Yes.
Commissioner Argento,
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Lurvy,
Yes.
Commissioner Matthews,
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy,
Yes.
Commissioner Verrett.
I have to abstain. I was not present for that meeting.
Okay. Vice Chair Serrano,
Yes.
Chair Ibanez.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Frankie. We will now move on to administrative staff updates.
Thank you, Chair. And I know you've now heard a few times from our new commissioner. I just wanted to introduce to all of you and the public, our new commissioner, Dr. Paula Verrett. I'm very excited to have you. Commissioner Verrett, I don't know if you want to give a brief introduction to yourself to the commissioners and the public. Feel free.
Sure. I'm pretty sure that most of you don't know me, so by background, I'll just say I am originally from Louisiana. I came here to do my residency and, like a lot of people, never left California. I was a practicing pediatrician in Pasadena for several years. During that time, I was at one point the Pasadena consultant for the Pasadena Public Health Schools, Pasadena Public Schools. I also was the original team that helped to start CHAP, and I was on a number of different other kind of community-related services in the medical field. I transitioned in 2007 from private practice into a full-time role at Huntington Hospital, in which I was the chief medical officer there for several years, retiring last year. I have, as most pediatricians, I have a strong sense of child advocacy, And I'm happy to be on this commission because I think the collateral damage for this type of incidences in the community of violence of any time that's witnessed by kids have very long-term consequences. And it is a public health issue because, as we know from these adverse events in childhood, it sometimes lead to long-term problems with not only things that you would suspect in terms of drug abuse and alcoholism, with children exposed to violence, but certain chronic conditions like hypertension and congestive heart failure and diabetes. So I'm happy to join this group, and hopefully I'll catch up to all of you pretty soon. I've been looking at the other meetings, and I've done my drive with the policeman. And I still have to go to the range, although I'm really a little bit concerned about that since they have a lot of weapons, and I don't know if I like that or not. But anyway, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Happy to have you.
Yes, thank you so much. We look forward to collaborating. With that said, I just have two other quick updates. One update is just in regards to commissioner terms as well. I think as you all remember that the original terms for you all were staggered to 1, 2, or 3 years, so we don't have 11 commissioners up for reappointment every 3 years. The community seats were the 3 that were given a 1-year term, and we are fastly approaching that. So we will be instituting the process for opening that recruitment up because the 3 community seats are all in their first terms. All of you are more than welcome, and hopefully will apply again. And it will then go to council for reappointment and consideration. So you'll see that application start on our website tomorrow with the open until May 23rd. I just wanted to flag that for everyone since those terms do end on June 30th. The other thing I want to announce, which I think is some good news, any minute now, if not already, you will see on the City Council's Monday agenda, they will be the City Council Ad Hoc Committee for the selection of an IPA will be bringing a recommendation to the full council for the hiring of an IPA. His name is Dr. Richard Rosenthal. The CPOC Ad Hoc Committee was very involved in this process and gave their recommendation of Dr. Rosenthal. So we're excited and hopeful. With that said, Chair Ibanez, I don't know if you would like to make a brief statement in terms of your involvement and your thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I just want to appreciate the collaboration that was done amongst both our IPA Ad Hoc Committee and the city's Ad Hoc Committee. The Commission looks forward to future collaborations and decisions pertaining to our work with the city. With that said, we welcome Dr. Rosenthal as our new IPA. He has extensive experience in oversight work. As he describes, this is his bread and butter. He's been doing this for about 30 years, and he is responsible for shaping numerous oversight programs across the country and has dedicated the remainder of his career to working with our commission. So on behalf of the commission, we are thankful and excited to get him started.
Thank you so much, Chair. And just so everyone knows, like I said, it will be on the agenda for Monday's council meeting. So with a formal approval, we hope that Dr. Rosenthal would be at our next meeting. And hopefully we'll even arrange an in-person time to come down and meet everyone. With that said, those are all my administrative updates. I do not believe we have any public comments on that, but I will give anyone a second just in case. Yep, I do not see any public comment, but I think the Commissioner would like to say something.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford.
Yes, I just had a question regarding the new IPA. Given some of the comments that we had earlier in the IPA having left very quickly, what are the terms around a new IPA? Is it a 1 year? Is it a 2-year contract? Are those details available now? Could you share that?
The contract is still being negotiated. On Monday's meeting, it will be, excuse me, to enter into a contract. So some details will still be negotiated. but it's typically a one-year contract. And maybe the chair or someone else on the committee could speak to this, but that conversation came up in the interviews about his commitment level and ability. And I think both council and the CPOC ad hoc committees were comforted by his level of commitment to staying long-term.
Thank you.
With that said, Chair, I believe I do not see any public comments for this item. So we can now move to our first item under new business, which is the statement from community members impacted by violence.
Yes, thank you. We will now move to our statements from community members impacted by violence to better understand resources needed for victims and cost of trauma. We have multiple speakers scheduled to share. Our first scheduled speaker was Ms. Yvonne Trice. I'm not sure if she is here with us.
Yeah, and Chair, I don't know if you maybe it'd be best if we just take a moment and bring in every speaker as a panelist here so we can make sure we have everyone. I know people have different names, so we will bring in some people, but if anyone who's planning on being a speaker knows how to use the raise hand feature and can also just raise their hand, I will make sure we get everyone into the room as a panelist to begin this item.
Okay, that's a lot easier. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. One moment, please. Mm-hmm. Chair Bonnie, can you see the attendees list, and maybe you could help us out, or Commissioner Anong, with anyone that we may be making sure we're bringing in correctly.
The Jimenez family, Miss Jessica spoke earlier. She is one of our speakers.
And again, if any of our speakers have not been promoted to panelists and are planning on speaking, please feel free to use the raise hand feature, and we'll make sure we bring you in as well. With that said, Chair, as we finish this up, if you'd like to call on your first speaker and who you'd like to have first, that would be fine.
Yeah. I do not see Ms. Trice yet, so we'll move over to our next speaker, which is Jose Madera. And Commissioner Anong, can you mute? Thank you.
All right.
So Mr. Madera, whenever you are ready, feel free to start whenever you can.
I'm not sure, Chair. He is not muted, but unfortunately we cannot hear him. I'm not sure if it's an issue on the interpretation side. I don't believe it is. Would you like to move to someone else maybe as we figure out how to get his audio working?
I see.
It looks like his
hand.
hand is raised in the attendee side. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Thank you all for bearing with us.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry about that. I was having communication issues on my phone, and now I can join my computer. So sorry about that. But thank you to all the commissioners. Thank you for inviting me and for having me here again. My name is Jose Madera. I'm director of the Pasadena Community Job Center, and my family was impacted by the recent gun violence that was happening. My uncle was one of the victims that was killed at Villa Park. Cristina Medellin, along with Aaron Flores, the gentlemen that were killed at the benches at the park. Again, like many families know, and many families have shared, it's a very tough situation because it's very you don't wake up and a family member is gonna pass away, especially at a park, a place of community, a place where you go, and a place where I personally grew up and played soccer. All my family goes there. So for a family member to hear, and when you get that call, it's very heartbreaking. And I know for my family, I think we're still dealing with it. Like many families are still dealing with it even after all, especially because like I said, we go to the park, we use that park. It's a community park. So we'll always remember what happened and also what Aaron's family has gone through and what Ernesto's family has gone through. So something I think that's very needed is those type of resources of mental health, of therapists, of social workers. Right at the moment too, right? Because of all the trauma of just the suddenness and the senseless, you get all these emotions that happen, whether it be sadness, anger, just what could you have done for this not to happen? Could I have been there when the thing happened? If I was there, wouldn't it happen? Would I been able to do something? All these things pop up, right? And I think in all my families, we have that same thought and that same conversation. And I know usually the quick situation or the quick response is, hey, we need more cops, we need more cops, we need more cops. And everyone has their opinions and all respected. But what happened is, again, Ernesto was unfortunately again killed. And then the response was more cops. And then my uncle and someone else was killed, a few weeks after. And then another shooting happened a few months after. So there's and whether we come to a solution or to stop the violence or whatever it is, and again, it's something that we're working on as a community. But something and talking to Ernesto's family, talking to Miss Yvonne, something that's really needed is that mental health support, that therapy, where we have social workers and therapists at the moment, and not just like, of course, for the families, but I think something where we kind of miss as a community is also the street. I think when people hear shootings, right, it affects, I think, everyone at the street, especially the youth, where they hear, you have to drop down, and it's just that creates a lot of again, trauma, right? Especially at a park where they use it every day. Community there, park, people that live in that street, they use it every day. It's a community center too, so it impacts everyone, the family, but also everyone in the street. And it's something I think that many people are like fighting for and asking is, hey, let's also the park. Let's also make sure that the families, the students that live there are also getting the support that they need in this traumatic place. And it's also it would show too the unity that we have within our community and how we can take care of each other and how we can heal each other. Even after it's been a year, 2, 3 years, 5 years, we still need that healing, and we still need that community healing. Again, especially when it's at a place like a park, where again, a bunch of people go, a lot of students go. And that's something that again, like me and many other families ask, is that continual support that we need. And also just to places of trauma to change the narrative or create something. Again, that place right now, it's hard for me to walk by. But if we change it, like we either put some art or something interactive for the community, it changes that space. And it's with that continual idea of community healing. So that's something, again, that's something I feel talking to others. But again, there's many solutions, there's many things. And again, I thank the commission for giving me space to come share my words, share my feelings, share what others are also feeling. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jose. We appreciate your time and your words. I'll allow for any comments on the matter before we move on to the next speaker. Commissioner Anand.
Hello, I'm sorry. I'm out of town, everybody, so I'm juggling stuff. But I want to just appreciate Jose for centering his family's voices and being uncomfortable and also reliving this trauma that your family had to do. And one thing I think Jose didn't mention was that his uncle, as an immigrant, had no family here. So the body had to get back to Mexico. And that was an added burden. So I appreciate your voice tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chair Ibanez. Thank you very much, Jose, for joining us. And I just want to say, on top of the necessary mental health support for the families and community, very much it affects everybody. When one of us is hurt, all of us are hurt. I really, really would like to encourage you to dive in that, making it an interactive something in that space. Similarly, there's things that have been transformed on this block. My neighbors have taken the opportunity to beautify the area with solidarity gardens. I really like to encourage you to evolve that idea of something interactive to change the pain of that space into something that brings us together in that space. Thank you, Jose.
I'm sorry, Amanda. Miss Trice can't get in the meetings. The link was sent, but it's saying that it's not letting her in.
Let me see if I can resend her the link. I have her email address. I will try to resend her that link.
I see a mother's voice in here in the attendees. Is that Miss Yvonne?
Yeah, that would be her.
Great, thank you. We will promote her.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lurvy.
I also want to thank Mr. Madera for sharing his heartbreaking story, and for really appreciate the challenge of a safe space like a park, a community space, being turned into the betrayal of it being a place of violence. And with that unimaginable pain, it for him to keep his thoughts together and try to focus on what we can do going forward. I just want to commit to him that the whole commission, I know, is dedicated to the idea of violence reduction, and that's why I joined the commission, and that's what we will work on.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Anong, I saw you put your hand up again.
No, sorry.
Thank you all, and thank you again, Jose, for your words and for your presence here. I see that Miss Yvonne is now in the chat, in the group as well. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Ms. Trice, you are muted. Are you able to unmute? You are unmuted now, but we can't hear anything.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I apologize.
Hold on, Ms. Trice. There's some kind of
middle of transitioning in regards to Black. What's going on? It's not even let me tap on me.
We can hear you a little better now.
Okay, can you hear me clearly now?
There you go.
Okay,
I just
want to take the time for thanking you for inviting me to the circle. Basically, I am a mother's voice due to a tragedy that cost me to get this voice in regards to Black and Brown people. It's things that we want as a mother's voice to be able to have resources, to be able to voice our voices in the community, to bring a peace to the community. We do a lot of stuff in the community, so we're asking for resources. We're asking for there to be mental health things. We're asking for when our family members pass, we're asking for those kind of services. And we're asking too that our voices be heard at the table, not in dark spaces, but at the table, in the front, in the center, because we know that with our voices, there is and there can be change in so many ways, because people will see what is happening and what it causes to our family, the siblings, and the things we're not getting is mental health. We're not getting the resources to take care of our children. We're not getting the resources as far as classes. We're not getting a lot of resources that should be available to us. So we're asking that those funds be given to us. And I'm standing in the table and standing in the gap for mothers, Black and Brown mothers for change. We want to be able to come and sit at the table, not just be a part of the table from Zoom or anywhere like that. When you lose your son or you lose your family, it's devastating to us. We need trauma centers. We need open doors to have a voice. The reason why we ended up with a voice was because it was taken from us. I always tell people in the group that I have every Tuesday, the word is we hear you. We're not being heard. So we have to get together and where we're unusual as the people, and we have to say that to ourselves for healing. And it should be more than that. It should be the community coming together, both sides in healing. So we're asking for these things. We're asking for bills, for things to be changed. We're asking for resources where, like the Curtis Law, to where when our family member passes, We don't have to wait for the phone to be returned. We don't have to wait for the pictures to be returned. We're asking for resources as far as when they pass. A lot of us are in a poverty situation due to other circumstances to where we don't have the money or the resources to bury our family. And we're asking for those things to be given to us immediately. We're asking for when our family members are out there and they're lying deceased, whether it was police or whether it was community crime, we're asking that we have somebody out there, not just the mental health worker that got the certificate, but the mother or the family member that has been through the experience also well. That's what we're asking for. We thank you for sharing. I thank you for allowing me to share my story. I thank you for sharing your story. And that's what I'm saying. It's a lot we're asking for. So when you hear me and you hear my voice high, that's my pain. That's my trauma. That's from not having any resources, not having any mental health. And when I say that, we have the experience of when my son, Monte Russell, passed, there was none of that given to us. And we still haven't gotten the resources. And that's been over 7 years. So that's what I'm speaking for mothers today.
Thank you, Ms. Trice. Thank you for your words and thank you for your presence. I'll open the floor for any comments. Commissioner Anand?
Turn your music on. Sorry. Hey, Yvonne, Ms. Trice, I appreciate you. I know the work you do in our community. I know that you do it by yourself and with the other mothers. And I personally totally appreciate you. And I know that the idea of resources, the idea of everything that you said is definitely something that our ad hoc committee is thinking about and working through. But I just want to say I appreciate you for standing 10 toes down in our community and doing what you're doing with the pain in your heart. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. I appreciate just being in this open space when I had no voice for 90 days and have one now. Thank you.
Commissioner Argento? Oh, you're muted, Commissioner.
I also want to thank Ms. Trice for her comments and the other people who said things as well. There's this background issue of poverty, low income, whatever we want to call it, that affects a whole bunch of things that we'll be dealing with. I just had I'd be interested in knowing, for example, whether or not the city, the public health department has social workers there who can put together and get people to resources that may be out there that are just unknown to people. I really don't know what's going on out there in the community in terms of nonprofits that provide various kinds of counseling or the specific kinds of counseling. If there isn't such a position, maybe there should be such a position created for that purpose. The other thing, as a background, some municipalities have tried out, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call it guaranteed annual income, where people are paid like $1,000 a month to supplement their income. Maybe that's something Pasadena ought to take a look at as well. The income is a direct mitigator of poverty. If someone is poor, and another $1,000 a month can help. So it's just some things that have been running through my head at this point. I really need to be more informed on this issue of what resources exist, who's available to help people get to resources that do exist, and then what other additional resources can be brought to bear.
I would like to say, Miss Whitney from our public health department has made herself available to the families to help. Sometimes you need somebody who knows resources, and she has made herself available and made her email. We'll reach out and contact the families because as of now, it's not something that comes under Pasadena Health Department. But like I said before, it's, in early days of discussion. And so want to acknowledge to Commissioner Argento that Ms. Whitney from our public health department did step forward and say that she would be a resource help. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Abernathy?
Thank you, Chair Banez. I do deeply appreciate, Jose, what you have shared, and Ms. Trice. This is so painful to hear and to know, and your courage, your persistence in the midst of everything is it is encouraging and challenges us to do all that we can do and see if we can make a difference here. One of the things I do want to say, Ms. Trice, that you noted that I think is real important to underscore, that I know we've recently heard some presentations about some partnerships even with local academic institutions related to mental health. So that's a direction that we could press into more in terms of resources, but also you are describing the expertise that the community has, unfortunately, because of the tragedies that you have suffered. So the partnership, respectful partnerships and collaborations, really, I deeply appreciate your willingness to give and serve in that way, but I also think that can really have a community impact. So I hear what you said there, and I want us to be sure we underscore that reality as a commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Our next speaker here in our panelist group is Ms. Jessica, who spoke earlier, who will be speaking on behalf of the Jimenez family. Ms. Jessica, whenever you are ready to speak, feel free to unmute. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me here. Wow. It's frustrating. First of all, it's frustrating. How can you tell a mother that she needs to look forward? How? I try, it's hard. It's really hard because I'm the oldest. And I help my mother, I help her with her pain. I help her. I've seen her suffering. She lost her child. She lost her baby. She lost her baby on these shootings. And it's hard because I help her, going through her pain. But who's helping me going through my pain? There's no help out there. I try to reach for help, but there's none for us. I try to call certain persons in the police department asking for help, asking for mental health for my mother, for myself. Because I do, I'm sorry for it. I'm so sorry. How can you tell your mother that everything is going to be okay? Who's going to tell me that it's okay? Who's going to tell my children that I'm okay? So it's hard. It's hard. It's really hard. And it's frustrating because we need that help from the department. We need that help from the health department. We need help for our families. We need it, and it's frustrating because every time you call this, it's either wait for our call, and that call never comes in until a week or 2 weeks after you make another call. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't get back to you because there's no resources at the moment. How can I tell my mother there's no resources for her? So there's no way we cannot stay quiet. We need to make our voice hear. We need to come together and make this happen, and make that to be that voice for those who don't have a voice, who lost a family member. We need to help each other. Why? Because we don't have help from the outside. We need to make our own, mental classes and family, trying to tell my family that everything is going to be okay. But it's not okay. We're not okay. It was my brother, my youngest brother. And I'm sorry, but the pain is still there. And it's really hard. It's really hard. And, thank you for having me here and, listening to my pain. I'm just going through so much pain still, because we haven't got that help for what can help us to help us help my brother's past. How can we do it by our own? I'm struggling every single day, talking to my mom, listening to my mom, be there for her, to make her strong. But who's going to make me strong? Mm-hmm. There's no one there for me. Mm-hmm. I'm there for my children, for my brother, my sister. But who's going to be for me? I haven't got any help. So that's one thing that I'm asking for help.
You're bringing it back.
If there's any help there, can they help me? I'll take it, because I need it.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. Who's going to tell me that everything is going to be fine? There's no compassion for victims. Probably they don't know what's the feeling, because they haven't had any family member that is going through this. They just need help.
Thank you, Miss Jessica, for being vulnerable and for everything that you do for your family, which is an extension of our community. Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Argento, I see you, but first I'm going to share it over to Ms. Trice, who has her hand up. Go ahead, Ms. Trice.
I just want to tell Jessica, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? I want to tell her in the group called A Mother's Voice, that's where I didn't get the voice because I wanted it. I got the voice because you're a sibling, I'm a mother. I don't even know what that pain is, because I have children that are going through what you're going through. But I want to tell you, in the Tuesday night Zoom that we have, it's not a curriculum, it's a heart matter. So what we say when you finish crying out your cry and talking about something, the trauma and everything, we didn't know what to say. So we started using this word, we hear you. And what that did was it started the inner healing with ourselves, because what happened was not normal. And then our motto is to say, be kind enough to listen. Everyone has a voice in the story to tell. I thank you for your courage. I thank you for even coming on as a sibling just to represent us as mothers. It's truly a blessing. And I want to tell you, don't give up because your voice has power. And when we keep doing this, we will be heard and there is going to be a change. So I thank you so much. And I want to tell you, we hear you, we hear you, we hear you. And we are being kind enough to listen because your story and your voice is important. Thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to show you the trauma and the things that we're still going through with not accommodations and things being met. We appreciate everyone on this line. We appreciate everyone that's stepping forward, but you're talking about years worth of trauma and days worth of trauma. And you sleep with this, you go to bed with this. And we just trying to come as a community of people who may understand and may not understand and say, can you just give us the resources? I heard one of the commissioners talking about the 10,100 or whatever that dollar sign was. That would be a great help because we could do some things like build a community inside of our own community to be able to help resources too. The mental health worker is truly a blessing, but you got to see somebody like Jessica or Yvonne Trice to understand the actual true story. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you guys for the time.
Thank you so much for those words, Ms. Trice. Commissioner Argento and then Commissioner Jones.
Yes, thank you. And again, we're moved by what has been said. I did go to the web just a moment ago, and there's an organization that I found called Healing Hearts, Restoring Hope, and it says it's for those affected by homicide. It came into mind, and I do know someone who worked for that organization. She's ill lately. I don't know what's going on with the organization now, but this person that I know there has lost 2 members of her family to homicide. So I know they have people down there who have had similar experiences. All right, if you have access to the web, it's if you type in Healing Hearts, Restoring Hope, that should get you to the website. I'm just I'm hitting the contact button. And for some reason that is not working. Oh, here it is. Here's a number that's on here for this outfit. I think it's I don't know exactly who the sponsors are. It might be the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, but the telephone number is 323-685-2065. And I don't know whether they'll be able to help you or help you in addition to what Mrs. Trice's outfit is, but it's another potential resource to look into, and I'm sure they would talk to you on the telephone. So again, thank you for sharing with us your trauma and as someone said, your vulnerability.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chair Baez. I just wanted to thank you for representing your family today, Ms. Jimenez, and just say don't apologize for your tears and your frustration. You don't owe anybody an apology. And as Ms. Trice said, you know, you definitely get to feel what you feel. It's your baby brother. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you to stay strong. I think that's silly that people say that. There's strength in your vulnerability. And I wanted to thank you for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
Amanda, I believe that concludes all of our current attended speakers.
Thank you. Yes, I know there's a few people who potentially were not able to join. If anyone is in the attendee list who would like to speak either, I guess, as a public comment or if they were invited by the commission to speak, please go ahead and use the raise hand feature, and we will be sure that you get included. I'll just give everyone one moment. Ms. Bautista, I did see that you submitted a card for a public comment. Let's just wait one moment to make sure there's no other family members who are here. I do not see anyone raising their hand. So, Frankie, can you please let Ms. Bautista in for a public comment?
Hi, commissioners, and thank you to all of the family members who spoke. I just wanted to first off share some of the names of community members who we've lost in Pasadena to violence. Jamal Patterson, Angel Iran Moreno, Baby Chavita, Ernesto Ramos Jimenez, Aaron Flores, Cristino Medellin Avila, who is Jose's uncle, Monte Russell, who is Miss Yvonne's son, Kendrick McDade, J.R. Thomas, Anthony Mclean. And I would also like to share that on Monday during City Council, there was a discussion with the director of LA County Department of Mental Health. And it does seem like there are a lot of sort of networking and connection building between the city of Pasadena and that department right now. And I would like to just ask that all of you please, like individually and together as a body, please advocate for these families and for space to be made amongst that networking and community building. As there is funding, the director of the county mental health department did say there is funding available for programming to be expanded in Pasadena. And I know that last commission meeting, you also discussed the wellness unit in the Pasadena Police Department. And it was brought up that this could be used internally as well as externally, but I feel that that would be extremely problematic, as many of the families who do experience this kind of loss, even if it is not at the hands of police, they do go through a rather traumatic experience, as you heard from some of the family members tonight. Just sort of, you know, officers even maybe being a little bit out of touch, emotionally speaking, or it could be the police basically letting their family members' case fall through the cracks, fighting them about whether reward could be offered, among many other issues, and including victim blaming and even portraying their family members post-mortem as gang members or gang affiliated, which can actually come into conflict and put any potential for having victim support services through the county at risk. So if any kind of emotional support for victims, I urge you to please do not let this be kept in the realm of the police department, as it would not be beneficial to any parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista. Chair, that appears to be the only public comment. Seems like you might have a few commissioners who want to comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Anang?
Just wanted to note that Jamal's mother was due to speak tonight, but she wasn't ready to. You know, this only happened last year for her, and she just wasn't ready. But I feel that I would like to, center some of the things that she wanted to say was that when he passed, she didn't know about the funeral expenses. She was lost. She didn't know about his children, and they're crying incessantly, asking for their father. She didn't know how to navigate anything. And I also echo what Ms. Baptista said, that when you label it, which seemed like last year, a lot of times everything, the violence was happening, was attributed always to saying that it was a gang this or a gang that you then also label the victims of the families with that title as well, to have to carry that on. And even if they are asking for resources, all people kind of hear is, this was a gang affiliated thing. This was a gang affiliated that. And most people know, as I said, for me it's about interrupting the violence, and it's violence interruption. And when violence does happen, right, then the community and those people in the community have to be able to step in and understand what happened, just like what happened on Monday, understand what happened, quell family members, move from emotion to facts, and don't let emotion move into another negative space. And so I say all this to say that tonight was about centering the family's voices. I super appreciate Jessica for hearing my call to her, and bearing her tears and bearing her suffering in front of people that she didn't know. So I very much acknowledge her for that, and thanks to every family that we have so much work to be done, and we haven't even yet started, but we know that now, hopefully, past our ad hoc commission, but all the other commissioners understand that these are the shoulders we stand on. This is the shoulders. We don't stand on the shoulders of just the victims, but the victims' families and the victims' children, and everything that goes around it, that whatever justice looks like to be revealed moving on, we can be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anang. Commissioner Emmerich Ford.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ibanez, and thank you to Ms. Yvonne Trice, to Jessica Menez, to Jose Madera. Thank you for speaking with us today, and for Ms. Baptista for your words. I just want to make sure, Amanda, that we capture some of the recommendations that were made here tonight, and I know the ad hoc committee will be working on this, but there are some things here that I think we could really wrap our arms around and try to get support to these families. As a mother, I can relate how devastating this would feel, not just for myself, but as a sister, as an aunt. And some of the things that I heard that I want to make sure we capture is the mental health support, the youth impact, the trauma that is just for the surrounding community and kind of their response, the interactive art that could be made at these parks that many in the community consider to be their place of play that has now become a trauma point for them or some post-traumatic stress. Bringing resources that will help the mothers, the communities have peace, whether that be burial services. And really what Ms. Trice said is having their voices heard, letting them be at the table, not just coming to a committee once to speak, but really being involved in the decision-making of how this gets rolled out. Resources to take care of children who may be impacted, burial services, and most importantly, just some policies around how victims are able to be characterized. It's already traumatic losing someone you love, and to have to be characterized in a manner that may be misleading, or just the extra nuances aren't needed. And so just making sure that we can establish policies around that. So thank you for sharing this information with us. And as a commissioner working with the ad hoc committee, I will definitely make sure that we move on this. Thank you.
We hear you.
Thank you, commissioners. I believe that completes our public comments for this agenda item. I want to once again thank all of the community members that came by and expressed their courage and their vulnerability and their words to the commission. We deeply appreciate everything that you have said and the recommendations that will now go on record for support for your families and the many other families impacted by violence in the city. So once again, thank you for that. With that said, we will now move on to the discussion of the LA County District Attorney's Office review of the fatal officer-involved shooting of Anthony Mclean.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give a little context, and then maybe members of the policy and officer-involved shooting ad hoc committees would like to center this conversation a bit more. Obviously, this came out just before our last meeting last month, and I know there was a promise to the community that the commission would be talking about it, have a little bit more time to read it. So I know there was conversation about how this conversation would be most effective and impactful, but also productive. With that said, there were some conversations with the ad hoc committee and the chair and vice chair that thought the best approach may be to give each commissioner 2 to 3 minutes to just reflect on their initial thoughts, what they thought when they read the report, and their key takeaways. And then after that, have a little time for thinking through next steps, understanding the role of the commission, knowing, again, like I said, that we're hopefully, as of Monday, maybe in a place where we have an independent police auditor who will be able to help guide conversations further. So thinking through some of the priorities for the commission with this in mind. So if anyone else would like to give a little context before we get into it, please feel free if you want to provide that bit of overview.
So Amanda, I'll just say, as being a member of the ad hoc committee, I thought the idea to have commissioners spend 2 to 3 minutes and kind of give their remarks about the report, if they feel comfortable, would be a good way to start, since we weren't able to do that before, and maybe be able to share what we hope as commissioners to work on regarding this report in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner McFord. Chair, if you want to.
I'm happy to start if you want.
Thank you. I was going to say if you want to
just
take the lead.
So I've read the report a couple of times, and I'll just say that all human life is sacred, and that my condolences go out to the Mclean family. And in considering my own role and responsibility as commissioner and just being a mother, when situations like this arise, I really have to tap into my network of mothers, parents, longtime residents. And what I'm finding in having these conversations is there's a relationship between the community and the police that has some strengths and opportunities, but it also has many weaknesses and gaps. And this incident has yet again brought that to light within our community. And what we all want to be assured is that when police policies are not followed, those who don't comply will be held accountable for their actions. And we want to understand what type of training is the Pasadena Police Department providing to ensure that we as a community are being protected and that we're being served equitably. And it's just really difficult for the community to understand in this particular incident how 3 officers in the same incident are operating differently. One turns on the body-worn camera, the other one doesn't, another one turns it off and turns it off within a matter of seconds. And why is that? What is the training indicating to the officers that some can engage in this behavior and others do not? It's unfortunate that visual evidence in this day has to be put into play for communities of colors to feel like justice is really being equitably served. and that we're really tired of having to document bad things happening within our community, just period. And with this conclusion of insufficient evidence from the DA, I just really want to know, how is Pasadena Police holding themselves accountable, or how are they reviewing this incident? What is the standard operating procedure for this? How is this communicated to our community, to us as a commission? When something unfortunate happens and we have insufficient evidence that's created by cameras, the public is asking, how are we going to get to transparency and trust when we know that the police have these cameras? Is PPD okay with officers turning on their cameras and off opportunistically? Is it equipment failures? Do they happen often? And what I hope to better understand, just myself as a commissioner, is what are the key performance indicators that the Pasadena Police has in place to know that the training that they're giving their officers is really working? How do they define success? How transparent are they with reporting their successes or failures to us as the community? And what type of sensitivity training is being provided to these officers? And what reports are they using to hold themselves accountable? What are they sharing to us? How are the other agencies who are reviewing this giving them reports? And if they're giving recommendations, what's happening to those recommendations? Are they being addressed? Are they being responded to? So just overall, I think we want these incidences to stop happening in our community. For those who are creating these incidents, they have to be held accountable. And we need to identify whatever weaknesses and gaps so that we can help build the trust between the community and the police. And as a mother and as my goal on this commissioner, that's really what I want to help make happen. And so I pass it on to other commissioners, your thoughts on reviewing the DA report, if you have other comments to share. And I want to be mindful. I know that we as a commission have a certain role to play in this, and maybe it is asking questions. So Commissioner Abernathy.
Thank you, Commissioner Emmer, for it. Yes, first, my response in reading this: disappointment. And I think the insufficient evidence that's actually irritating, because there are different dimensions of this, but I wanted to say that's my emotional response. And yes, I do feel for the family of Anthony Mclean and the community in receiving this. And the community members that I represent, the feeling was almost just being muted, speechless. Yet once again, and I say this is my position here, if we want the same results, then let's not change anything. That will guarantee the same results. Now, I know there are all these dimensions to it, but criminal charges, that's one level. What the administrative review, and even in our work group, we talked about this. But one way to think about this is, when this unfolds in this way, if this is totally consistent with policy and how we want police to function, then we would want all officers to do this in incidents. And even the DA's report suggests this is not what we would want. The decision may not be to the level of criminal charges, but there's a clear there's statements about this not being the way in which police should engage, cameras coming off these things and other dimensions. So we will, looking at policy, we will be outlining very specifically the areas where we think they're a challenge. But one of the things we're talking about, the perception of threat, we know research tells us that is racially biased. People of color, men of color, Black men particularly, misperceived. So when somebody's running away, my sense of their intent is they're trying to run away. When somebody's in this movement, which we saw, they are running away. You don't have to, that's not a hard call. You don't have to analyze that. So what we talked about, there are gaps here. The perception of threat is biased. And if that's just one officer that decides that, and the person was in the context, we need to really rethink about that. We need to rethink that because there's bias in there. And how are we going to address that dimension? I think that's really critical. And then when people are running away, I understand if a command is made, but this was the passenger. This was the passenger, not the driver. So I just think it's very important to consider what will police policy be any different for people that are running away from a situation, who had a potential initial offense in the situation, and in other situations. I really think that we need to consider that. So that is one of the reasons why we are focused on bias in policing. The whole issue with cameras, I know the equipment now, the way it's set up, that should not happen, but we need to make sure there are absolute guarantees that that does not occur. Cameras do not go off. And I also wondered about the DNA testing. Certain things should be automatically done. A full investigation of an incident using all resources. So when it comes back with insufficient evidence, well, that's one of the pieces that could have been available. So even as demoralizing as it is, it actually motivates me. That's why I'm serving on this commission, to make a difference, to support change so that lives will be spared and policing will be improved. Because I know that that is also, we have police officers who of course care about this and want to not see these kinds of tragedies occurs. But we've got to be willing to make some courageous changes. We must.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you. I think what I'm going to say, I'm echoing what was said before, but as we organize our activity, I think it's important for us to capture those things that we're all pointing out as being necessary to be reviewed by either policy or training. I'll start with some of my general observations. From a previous experience meeting, we found out that 50% of the officers are less than 5 years of experience. That attrition rate should be explained. And we now have a force that could be considered to be relatively inexperienced. I don't know what the experience level of the officers involved in this particular episode was, but it would be interesting to know. I think if we don't do better in terms of keeping, retaining some of the officers, we're really not a police department. We're just a training facility for other municipalities who would like to have police officers already trained without paying for the cost of that. I too have focused on the body camera. I think that there should be data on an individual performance on when they activate the body camera. I think that should be individually collected and trended. And there should be some standard by which you say, if you do not activate your body camera within a certain number of episodes, then it's below the standard of expectation, and that should be part of a disciplinary procedure. I can't really say where those limits should be, but there should be some individual data on the individual officer's performance of turning on the body camera. And there should be a specific performance. And I think someone else mentioned, much more articulate than I am, about performance indicators. And I think this is where this commission can be beneficial, is by advocating for certain things to be included into routine police practices and review in terms of performance indicators and also training and that sort of thing. And then the specific issue that I'm kind of on the same page, when you have an individual who is not yet thought to be guilty of an infraction, who runs away, people of color have a whole lot of reasons for running away from a police officer, a whole lot of fear. And I think that's something that all of us know, suspicion and fear. So the individual is running away. But also in that instance, there was a question of firing a weapon while running. Errant bullets could have impact, could harm innocent civilians who are just going about their normal day, and in their normal life in that neighborhood. So you have those kinds of things. So my question would be, is there specific training that commanded this officer to pursue someone who is in fact running away? And also too, is it not incumbent upon other officers who are observing to maybe interject themselves into the situation and say, maybe this isn't a safe thing to do? And I don't know what the culture is and what the process is, but I think there should be some amount of attention spent on giving us feedback on the training that policemen receive for some of these situations. Now, in the issues up until that point, I think I didn't have a particular concern stopping a car, but even after stopping a car, as many of us have maybe interacted with the police only by getting a ticket, I was never asked to exit my vehicle. And I think the question is, what are those circumstances by which someone who is stopped for a traffic violation is asked to exit the vehicle? In this particular case, if the person did not have a driver's license that was current, I understand the issue is you cannot allow that person to continue to operate the vehicle if they're not adequately licensed to do so. The passenger, I'm not sure. I really would like to understand the way in which the police kind of teach in terms of what to do in those situations. I think I'm willing to learn that maybe perhaps this is all standard policing, but I think these are the questions I think as a commission we want to ask, and then also to make suggestions around framing performance indicators and understanding if they have data to evaluate the individual performance of the various members of the police department. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
What stands out the most? There's a couple things, but in order, what does the policy read on body-worn cameras? I recall previous discussion meetings and trainings where Vice Chair Serrano talked about the language, the difference between should and shall. So if this is a matter of should, then some of them didn't. And that's the difference between should and shall, because if they shall, then they absolutely violated it, right? But if they should, then they didn't, and that's the loophole. I don't, y'all know this is a little bit different for me because of my proximity to the matter, like out my window. I want to revisit something that Commissioner Argento said earlier and dive into looking into that. I know we, looking forward to welcoming an IPA soon, but I'd like to revisit whatever this law is that would go through the Attorney General's office instead of the local departments in officer-involved incidents. I think the biggest problem in this is that in an incident that involves them, they shouldn't be investigating themselves. That's a huge something there. That doesn't make me feel safe as a community member, and it just doesn't. Also, I'm interested in the DNA testing, the multiple samples, and like I don't even know, like, still processing that part, just understanding if you've got this contributing factor and potentially others. Clearly it's a park that has a lot of activity, and I can't wrap my head around some of it. It doesn't even look right in pictures. I don't see Mr. Mclean's arm moving in any direction that shows that he threw it. And I'm gonna guess that Officer Demogwendon does not have X-ray vision, so couldn't have seen it through his body, but he was standing next to him at the vehicle. There's a lot of things when you watch the footage that has been made available that doesn't clearly make sense to me. But I'm gonna stick with policy and investigating themselves as my top concerns.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this matter. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners who have already spoken. Some of the questions that have been posed, some of the considerations are excellent ones, and I don't disagree with them, especially to be considered by our new independent police auditor once they arrive. I think there are clearly opportunities for us to together explore policy violations that are present in this case, as well as opportunities for us to provide policy recommendations that actually strengthen the department and more clearly reflect our community's values, right? Because I think what we read in this report is not reflective of how we want our law enforcement agency to be engaged with members of the public. And so I look forward to those opportunities to explore those recommendations with our IPA. I have to say, though, with this DA's report, right, it was a criminal investigation. And I will say that while incredibly disappointing to read the DA's conclusion, it was not at all surprising, right, that a police officer would be charged criminally for the homicide of a person is not something that is unusual to us today in the United States. We know that the criminal injustice system has significant problems, and I think we all see how it disproportionately impacts people of color unjustly, and it disproportionately impacts law enforcement officials as it denies them the opportunity of criminal negligence, right? To be considered criminally negligent in these types of officer-involved shootings. And so disappointing, frustrating, it makes me angry, all of those emotions, and unfortunately not surprising. And so what comes up for me in this, Chair and fellow commissioners, is how perhaps we as a police oversight commission can also do work at the state level to change our state laws, to strengthen them, and again, reject what these, I think, floor and base laws are proposing that allow law enforcement officials to get away with far more than, again, I think we want our law enforcement officials to be doing in their policing work in our communities. I was such a huge advocate of AB 392 when that made its way through the legislature, and was delighted to see it signed by the governor. And this was the opportunity to sort of change our law enforcement agencies' thinking around use of force and to move beyond reasonableness and really into that space of necessary. And I'm still not seeing how that is reflected in how our police officers are showing up in transactions with the public, and how, when there is an officer-involved shooting, that there is no criminal liability. You know, at the end of this report, it's very clear. It says they could not find there was not sufficient evidence to determine that the officers were unreasonable, or the officer was unreasonable in his action. And for me, I just think, was it necessary? Was it necessary to shoot a person in the back as they were running away? No, it was not. It was absolutely not necessary. And that's what we need really to get angry about and to change our policies around. And I think that, again, that starts at the state level. There's a local role that we can also play in that work. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you and our new IPA to explore what that might look like.
Commissioner Argento.
Yes, I wanted to express my gratitude to the various comments that have been made so far by my fellow commissioners. You certainly have raised some things I have not thought about in connection with emotions that are triggered by this report and the perspectives that are just useful for me to hear. I think I kind of slipped back into role of my former job on this and in reading the report, and I was reading it to think, did the DA's office make a mistake? And I feel that after having read it, given the way the evidence that the DA's office had, and by the way, I think there's something in the report that you also had DA investigators involved in this, in addition to Pasadena Police Department investigators. And I also want to say something about, I'm digressing here for a moment, but I think Chief Moody said that the new firearms that they have ordered for the police or in the process of putting into on the force, if any officer takes out a firearm out of the holsters, all of the officers within 25 feet, I forget the number she used, all of their body cameras go on automatically. So that I think we can say that the police have done something to address that issue of whether the body cameras are on or off. Now, to get back to what I was intending to say, having read the report, based on the evidence presented, I think the DA made the right decision, both in terms of the law and in terms of the ethics of it. The proper burden of proof is, can you prove this officer acted wrongly under the circumstances, which means you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his use of force was unreasonable under existing law. Now, there's language in the new law that talks about something being necessary, but I think that new law came into place after the Mclean shooting, which is, no, it didn't. So I don't know whether they didn't, if they did, they address it in the report. I can't remember. Now, there's the other thing that was very much of interest to me is something that Commissioner Abernathy said about the biases that at least are systemic in terms of interpreting the actions of African-American Black men under the circumstances. Now, obviously, the DA has to take into consideration the officer's version of events. The officer, as I understand the officer's version of events, and some of this is borne out by other evidence, he is Mr. Mclean is running with a gun, and he's looking back over his shoulder at the officer. And the officer's interpretation of it is that he's looking back at me while running. He's running with a gun in his left hand. He's looking back at me with the possibility of shooting at me. Now, the other possibility is, or certainly one other possibility is, he's just trying to get away. So one of the key issues is, did he in fact have a gun? Well, it was a gun found at the scene. One of the witnesses said that she saw a gun tossed over her car by Mr. Mclean. She later recants. I was interested, well, what was the time frame between the recanting and the first statement? The other thing, of course, when you're hearing the case as a judge, you get to hear the witnesses testify. You get to look at the documents, and what we've got, what we all had a chance to look at, is the DA's presentation of the evidence as presented by the investigators who investigated it. And so, based upon that's why my statement is somewhat narrow, in that based upon what I read in the report, the DA made the right call given the circumstances.
Commissioner Jones.
I just want to state that it's quite unfortunate that we'll never get to hear Mr. Mclean's side of the matter.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford.
Yeah, the one thing I want to comment on is, Commissioner Argento, I agree that the PPD has told us that they have new body-worn cameras that'll automatically be activated as soon as an officer pulls out his weapon. But I think the thing in bridging trust and having transparency between the community and the police, we shouldn't have to move to that, right? We should have policies and procedures where police will do what's needed and what they're trained to do. And so I want to understand the training shouldn't have to be forced upon them by a piece of equipment, because that's who we're working with. We want to believe that we're being protected and served. And I agree, most police officers are inherently, that is what their role is. That's what they want to do. But even if there's one that is not doing the right thing and they're in our community, that's a problem. And so as much as I'll praise the police department for getting those in, I still want to get at the root of training and how they're working with officers, and what the new commissioner said about the experience of the officer. So I don't want to lose sight of that, because there's still a bridge that we need to build between the community and the police. And I don't want it to be just about equipment. There's got to be a real trust that's built.
Commissioner Lurvy?
So just, I don't think I could say any better than Commissioner Emmerich Ford and Commissioner Abernathy have already said about the report. I think they really did a beautiful job of outlining issues that were raised. So what I would add is very small points. And one of them goes back to what Mr. Madera said earlier about violence in the community. These two officers were in the area on extra patrol. So when there's violence in the community, Mr. Madera mentioned, the answer is to have more police officers. And they, in fact, were doing that. And if you look at the incident reports that come through every day from PPD, and the traffic stops, and the really frightening regular retrieval of weapons in the traffic stops and other things that happen in traffic stops, the next tragedy is sort of waiting to happen unless there are safeguards in place. The next issue, I mean, any one of those incident reports on a daily basis could end up like this relatively easily. I just could see that happening. So I think, as Commissioner Emmerich Ford pointed out, we want to make sure that whether it's technology, policy, training, whatever the safeguards, whatever the guardrails are that need to be up, and whatever is going to keep us from having another tragedy, those need to be in place. We need to keep seeking those out, and only when those things are in place will you build up the trust in the community with the police. It really needs to be a partnership, but people have to feel safe entering a partnership. You can't enter a partnership where you feel unsafe. That's a bad relationship.
Just to add on my end, I don't think I can add much that has already been said by our commissioners, especially not in the same elegance that everyone else has put it. But just to be very frank, I didn't like the report. I don't really agree with the report. I read the DA report before watching the video, and for me, the photographic breakdown of the written report creates a perception that for me is very different from watching the video. Similar to Vice Chair Serrano's sentiments, this is not surprising to me. I understand that the argument being made from the DA's office is that Officer de McGuinden felt that his life was put at jeopardy, which is what caused him to open fire on Anthony Mclean. My question is just what is the environment that and the training that Officer de McGuinden has gone through that will trigger a perception that a man running in full forward motion with his back turned to him will trigger a life-threatening situation for him and will justify him firing 2 shots. Especially after watching the video multiple times, I just don't agree with it. But I'm not surprised. And this is definitely something that has been brought up to our new IPA in the vetting process. This is a case that our IPA has already begun looking into, and something that he has vocalized he will take on, in addition to the continuation of work that he will resume from our prior IPA. So I look forward to a further review of this case. But to be very just blunt, I'm not necessarily I'm not trusting that the judicial system will provide any type of justice for Anthony Mclean's family, or really any family affected by city-sanctioned violence, because the judicial system is fundamentally skewed to favor law enforcement. Any attorney will tell you that. Any lobbyist will tell you that. So the real way to tackle, in my view, to address police misconduct, to me, is in the administrative and the policy aspect of it. What laws are in play that allow things like this to happen, and what is needed for us to create laws that ultimately make our communities, specifically our communities of color, safe. So I'm very much looking forward to exploring that with our new IPA and with the rest of the commission, and really diving deep into that, so that we can prevent things like this from happening, as opposed to seeking a sense of justice after our resident is already buried 6 feet under. Commissioner Brett?
Yes, just 2 points is, since I recently had the ride with the policeman, I did ask the question about an automatic activation of the body camera, and I was told it was automatic with the taser, but not with the gun. So maybe we could get clarification of that, since it seems to be something that we're not clear about. But the other thing I just want to mention anecdotally about this idea of these traffic stops, that comes back from a white paper on broken window policing, in which it said that if you do things for when there's small infractions, you prevent these others. I had a big personal aha moment when I got a ticket on my way to the hospital, to Huntington Hospital. I was working then. And like any person who gets a ticket, I wasn't happy about it. I can't say the policeman was rude or anything, but I went in and I had to contest it. I had to pay the ticket. And what my infraction was, is I thought a car was turning and I went around it, and they said the car was going forward. So that's the infraction. I would ask you to guess how much that ticket cost. And this is my aha moment. It was $430. And I sat in as other people who had similar tickets for these minor infractions. They didn't have a license plate on the front or what have you. And I watched them go up to in front of the judge, and invariably they said they couldn't afford it. And then I did the math, and I said, if you are a minimum wage worker, and assuming the amount of money that's deducted from your salary, how much of your pay do you have to give up for these so-called traffic stop tickets, even if it doesn't end in this? I think that's not necessarily our task, but I think if you think about that, you might understand better why there's a heightened anxiety. There's a twofold anxiety if a person of color is stopped by a policeman, but then you might have a heightened anxiety about the consequences of these tickets because of the cost structure is so high. So I'm just kind of sharing that to say it was eye-opening for me. I did not have a problem with paying the ticket, but I watched so many people and I realized that not everyone has it. And I can tell you, on the traffic stops with the license plate on the front, I guarantee you that right now, if you went into Old Town, if you see BMWs or Beamers, BMWs, Mercedes, and all those other cars, they traditionally don't put the license plate on the front because they don't like the way it looks. And I think they're never stopped. So when we see these stops, we know, for example, it is a legitimate stop because, yes, they didn't have the license plate on the front, but there's a suspicion that is inherent to that stop and establishes the activity of the police at the time. I don't think a policeman approaching my car for my traffic violation had the same level of, let's say, adrenaline as if this in this particular one, which also is a factor, I think, in somehow how these things turn out.
Commissioner Argento.
Yes, I sat in traffic quite a bit, and I was always bothered by the amount of the fines because they fall so heavily on lower income people. I did some math on it one time, and don't hold me to the number. I'd have to recalculate it based on the new things. But like a $400 ticket for a lawyer who's making quite a bit of money, if you look at it as a percentage of income, it's a heck of a lot more money. $400 if a lawyer were paying the fine based upon the lawyer's income. Now, in some parts of the world, they have what they call day fines, and your fine for the offense is like your income for that day. That seems fair when you look at person's income. Somebody who's making, we'll say, $100 for the day, and they're going to pay 5%, they're going to pay $5 for the ticket. But if somebody's making $1,000 a day, they're going to pay, what's 5% of $1,000? $50. No, I don't have the specific numbers, but it is something that this terrible heaviness of fines on lower income people is something that should be addressed by the system. One of my colleagues and I, what we did, we realized we had discretion. We would cut the base fine if people pled on the first day, and that saved them a lot of money, though it still could be a burden even if you cut the base fine in half.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chair Baez. To Commissioner Verrett, I think it was either in the February or March commission meeting that Chief Moody informed us of the new body-worn cameras that will be coming in the spring. I don't know if they've gotten them yet or if they're rolling those out yet, but previously, yes, the tasers would activate the cameras, but the new ones would be activated when the firearm was pulled from the holster for any officers within 20 feet of the incident. February or March, guys. It was a recent meeting. I know it wasn't last because Grisafi presented last month.
And just so, Chair, you're aware and everyone else, we do have members of the police department here if you would like to pull them in to ask questions, but if you'd like to just leave this as a more open session to think about it, completely up to you. Please let me know if you would like any questions answered and we can bring them into the meeting.
Commissioner Abernathy.
Thank you, Chair Baez. One question, sorry, not necessarily now. Thank you, Chair Baez. Is about traffic stops. You see, we've been talking about this for a moment here, but what I want to say is that there is no such thing as a routine traffic stop. Now, I'm saying that psychologically, right? Because of what has happened with traffic stops across the nation, it is a totally different experience. And some places then are actually not doing traffic stops in the way that they used to. And I do wonder about examining some of these things that may be common kind of practices, but looking at the reality of how that it actually pressures policing. When I did a ride along 20 years ago when I was working with doing consultation with another police department, they were telling me that the most anxiety-provoking piece, and Commissioner Verrett, I think you were speaking to this, the adrenaline is around a traffic stop. That can be because you just never know what's gonna come up in that. So I think we can't, and I mean, this is 20 years ago plus that this was described. So I do think this is an example of context, policies, procedures. We have to both, we know what we might intend, we know what we might hope, but we have to deal with the reality on the ground and make some adjustments. And I mentioned it in terms of gaps, but someone else had mentioned this, the loopholes around terminology, even legal terminology, right? We've got to close those loopholes because, again, on the ground, and it's not only the law necessarily all the time that has to change, but the policy in living it out, the policy in living out the certain laws that we have. So I just wanted to add that.
Commissioner Anam?
Okay, getting back to the report, for me was, I think if you read, well, most people didn't, but J.R. Thomas's report, which was a heck of a lot thicker than this one, there was a lot in that report. And this report is what I didn't see. And it was how the report was framed to only have one conclusion. And that's a hard thing to say because I'd be like, what are you saying, Flo? But the witness statements, everything was just like, everything made everything a gray area. Everything was about making something a gray area. There might have been a gun. It was obvious at the end of the day that the officer would have to say, I thought he had a gun, even though he was running away. And he looked back, I thought he had a gun. Even in the witness statement of the lady who said the gun flew over the thing, but then recanted because the gun wasn't found that side. The gun was found way over the other side. The DNA of Anthony Mclean was never on the gun. And so everything was about the gun. That's the elephant in the room for me. Everything was about the gun because there wasn't a gun found on the individual then, and there was a gun found. But let's be truthful. And I mean, and maybe this is something that some of the people would not know, that it happened in the park. It happened in the park where there were other individuals who hang out. It happened in the park in broad daylight where police are now suddenly running down the street through the park. It's happening in a park where maybe there's other individuals who might be carrying a gun at the time when this was all going down. Maybe there's so many maybes that maybe it might not have been that person's gun, but maybe it could have been somebody else's. Maybe. This is all maybes. But the report only focused or drove us to ask the questions of the gun. And I think as I read the report, it's what I wasn't seeing. And also what was also being said on other sides. And so I totally agree with Vice Chair Serrano, is that, yes, the report wasn't surprising. The 2 years that it took was very hard to wait to hear the no. But as people of color, it seems we are played the waiting game in the criminal system. But two things struck me was the culture in our police department allows everything that was said tonight, which was that the culture and the power and the authority means that I can't stop any person of color who has a rinky-dink car, who maybe I might know the person driving may have a warrant, and so I can go and maybe stop them and put some pressure on them. Everything is about power and authority. And then at the end of the day, if anybody in that car had a warrant or anything like that, or was maybe on parole and just doesn't feel like going back to jail or going back into the system, then maybe the person might run. Because at the end of the day, one of the main things that always came up was that if he hadn't been shot, Anthony would have hit that corner and been gone. And the officer wasn't going to catch him. He wasn't of that level of Anthony's speed. And so there's many things into play in the report for me that shows that there's so many questions, and questions that may never ever be answered because of the way the report has now been driven, and the report has now been answered by the DA. But if you don't ask those questions, then the policies, the procedures, the trainings, and the culture that we're all trying to get to ascertain to change, we're going to have the same thing happen again with another policy, with another procedure, and another thing if we don't get to the culture within our PD and the culture that's within the training as well. And one of the things that NACOL talks highly of in their conferences and in their thread is the culture of training, which is PD is trained to discipline. PD is trained to be authoritative. PD is trained to be a top down. It is not meant to, they're not trained to walk up to people and have empathy. They're not trained to walk up to people and try and understand. That depends on every individual police officer. And so as we roll on closer to our next critical incident, those are my questions, is that there are questions in that report that there's a whole lot of gray area. And the witness statements, yeah, there's a lot. But as everybody has said, the IPA and everybody else will get to some policies and procedures to help us to get to where we're supposed to be. But yeah, there's a lot of gray area. Thank you.
Chair, if there's not any more comments, we do have 2 public comments. Wait to speak.
Yeah, let's move forward with the public comments.
First, we have Ms. Bautista, who submitted a speaker card. Bring her into the room.
Hello, commissioners. I really appreciate hearing all of your thoughts on this. I did want to encourage Commissioner Judge Argento to please reread the report, as I believe I caught him saying that he actually hasn't read the whole thing, but it seemed like he had a pretty concrete perspective on it. And it's pretty alarming to read this report because there is just so much that leaves questions that I feel like this really deserves to have a full trial and a fair trial. And it just makes me so mad that that's not what's going to happen. Yeah, especially because, DA Gascon has basically showed his true colors. He ran on a campaign that was literally using footage of Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, saying that he stands for accountability, calling out Jackie Lacey. So I think that as a we need to basically tell Gascon he's full of shit. And that's basically what I came to do today. In my comment is just address the hypocrisy in Gascon's office. There's in no way does this report demonstrate police accountability, transparency, any of the things that he ran his campaign on. And I also, there's so many unsettling things. I honestly don't know where to begin, but I will begin by just saying I did email a letter to the CPOC email address. I did it probably like an hour or two before this meeting, so I'm sure it hasn't been shared yet. But it just expands some of my concerns, which many of you have touched on. But I do want to take time to just note that the DA overlooks evidence tampered with by PPD on the day of the murder, on the scene of the crime, even within 15 minutes of Anthony being shot by Edwin Dumagwendon. Officer Connor G. Duncan's body-worn video. The report reveals in a footnote, by the way, a footnote, not even the body of the report, a footnote, number 35, that Duncan, after taking a brief cell phone call, turned off his body-worn video while walking north on Raymond for about 44 seconds. When Duncan turned the body-worn video back on, he already recovered the gun that Mclean allegedly threw. This points to seriously concerning intent for this PPD officer and perhaps others, as someone did call him right before this happened, to obstruct a clear recording of evidence on the scene of Dumagwendon's crime that should be further investigated and forced to be made public. And let's remember, this is Dumagwendon on trial, not Anthony Mclean. Anthony Mclean was a victim here. And the way this report reads, it's as if he was the murderer. And that also begs me to state that the driver, Anthony's friend who was driving, was actually taken into custody and held at PPD for at least one day. I think it might have been 2 even. And there were rumors in the community that he was being held on murder charges. I don't know what the charges actually were. I've requested that information through a public record request. I've also requested Duncan's body-worn video 4 times, and I have yet to receive anything. The lawyer, attorney Carrie Harper, also never received Duncan's body-worn video. So they are hoarding this with their lives, okay? They are literally hoarding this footage. And that was one of the first demands that Black Lives Matter Pasadena made within the following days of Anthony's murder, was to release all the body cam footage, all surrounding surveillance video footage, unedited, unredacted. And this, 2 years later, this demand is still not met. I also want to note that Mulrooney's body-worn camera is redacted, and it sounds like they are discussing Edwin Dumagwendon's decision-making. This is just an interpretation of what my read on it was, but it does sound like they were discussing what had just happened between him and another officer who came to the scene of the crime afterwards. I made another public records request for them to release it again, unredacted, no response. No response. What they did send me recently was a police report in which they show Anthony Mclean. They list him as Pasadena, Denver lanes. So this shows me that there needs to be a pitches motion. This brings us back to, there is so much more to this case. There is so much more to this case that DA Gascon, his office, is involved in cover-up. There's no way around it. They are covering PPD's asses right now. And it is so blatant to see in the pages of this report. So much that there's another part there's another footnote that I'm really, really curious about on page 26. And that's because it's redacted. That's right, footnote number 59. It says, at the time of the incident, Mclean was on post-release community supervision, and then it gets redacted. Then they come up with the claim that possessing a firearm would have violated the conditions of Mclean's release. But there are other things that would have also violated. For instance, just being with his friend who was driving the car, who was also, I believe, on post-release. So there are just so many more reasons why Anthony would have run, even just for being a Black man stopped by a police officer in PPD, and the driver is related to J.R. Thomas, the driver of the vehicle. Anthony's friend was killed by Pasadena police. So Anthony was very aware of how dangerous PPD was. He even posted a video on Facebook saying PPD is a gang. Pitches motions. This needs to go to trial. This is bullshit. This report is bullshit. It is Gascon covering PPD's asses. And I will just close up with saying the DA report assumes Anthony Mclean had a gun in his hand as he ran away based on circumstantial evidence and makes no effort to investigate more direct evidence that would prove otherwise. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that does not on its face prove a fact and issue, but gives rise to a logical inference that the fact exists. Circumstantial evidence requires drawing additional reasonable inferences in order to support the claim. For example, it can include suspicious timing, ambiguous statements, such as a witness saying one thing, then retracting their statement. Well, if you read the OIR reports on Kendrick McDade's case, you will see that PPD usually leads investigations. So they were criticized by OIR for basically putting words in witnesses' mouths, questioning them in ways that would lead the statement so that they would say a certain thing. That witness later said, oh, that's what I was told what happened. And she was also trying to get her boyfriend out of their custody, out of PPD's custody when she said that. So we need to fully contextualize and also believe people, because, later she said that was actually something they told me. So let's believe people too. Then later, the DA uses Cal criminal law to discredit that a jury will be able to review the case. Gascon throws away an entire case based on insufficient evidence when this report is chock full of evidence, to the fact that they're even burying evidence in the footnotes. And we can know for a fact that if they're burying evidence in the footnotes, there's a hell of a lot more evidence to be heard. So this is completely unacceptable. There are serious red flags to the integrity of this investigation, which are even admitted in the body of the report numerous times. DA Gascon, press charges now. Your office is involved in a cover-up. This report even uses the words concerning, curious. It was curious that Edwin Dumagwendon refused to give up his DNA to prove that his DNA was not one of the, they say, at least 5 DNA profiles found on the gun. At least 5. So that there could have been more than 5 people's DNA on that gun. The people who did test for it were Mulrooney, his partner, who initially pulled over the vehicle, and Duncan, who found the alleged gun that was thrown. So, but who did they give it to? They give it to another PPD officer, someone who they've known, somebody who has their back, somebody who would probably go to their retirement party, even if they were found guilty of killing an unarmed Black man. So let's take a step back and really take into consideration that Officer Duncan's intent to turn off his own body-worn video at a crucial moment during an officer-involved shooting may point to his own need to be charged for, at the very least, preparing false evidence and destroying evidence, which are both serious violations of the law. Especially as a law enforcement officer, they should be taken even more seriously. And to answer one of the concerns that was brought up earlier, Officer Duncan appears to only have worked at the Pasadena Police Department since 2019. So I just want to close with saying that DA Gascon's conclusion is complete bullshit. This is disrespectful, not just to Anthony's family, who still deserves accountability for the murder of their son, their father, their brother, their uncle, but to all of us here today. We cannot let this slide.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista. And I'll just state for the record that we did receive the public written comment from Ms. Bautista as well that was distributed to the commission and posted online and will be made part of the record. Our next public comment is Ms. Heavenly Hughes, who has her hand raised.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, my name is Heavenly Hughes, co-founder of My Tribe Rise. And first I want to say that today has been, or this evening has been the most calming for me, probably for every person listening, since the murder of Anthony Mclean, to hear city appointed officials discussing the murder of Anthony Mclean in these details, and also pointing out the gray areas, pointing out where there's questions of if his life was taken recklessly. Every single person, every single commissioner that I heard speak today, I thank you very, very, very much, because honestly, I hope that the family of Anthony Mclean is hearing what has been said tonight, of you all's concerns of why and how and should Anthony Mclean be dead and have been murdered. And of course, I appreciate how Commissioner Spree or Commissioner Jones brought up shall and should. Such a good point. What shall and should happen and should not happen. And Anthony's life should not have been taken away. And I just want to share really quick some of the things that I wrote down. As I said, I hope the family of Anthony Mclean are able to watch this, because this is the first time I have heard a collective of city appointed officials review the murder of Anthony Mclean and point out all the areas of misconduct, bias, and lack of policies that protect Black males in residents of Pasadena. Also, I just want to share, I want to actually ask if the commission is able to write a letter to the district attorney asking what is their purview of investigation to retrieve evidence. My understanding is that the district attorney never requested evidence from the civil attorney, Carrie Harper, who settled the civil case for $7.6 million. It seems like if she settled for $7.6 million, the DA would ask that attorney to see her evidence. And my understanding is that they never requested that. And it seems like we would appreciate if the commission could find out even more. What exactly are you looking at? I think I may have heard someone say, if they're only receiving evidence from the police, it's still the police just overseeing the police. So tonight it felt good to have the Community Police Oversight Commission. We heard the concerns of the community come through each one of your voices, and we truly appreciate that. It is going on 2 years now since Anthony Mclean was murdered. And this is the closest step to justice I've ever felt happening for this family, for Anthony, for the community that has continued to be grieving. Yes, this conversation tonight was emotionally charged. I am thankful that it happened because it's again, a step to healing community is this type of transparency and this type of making sure that policy and accountability and discipline matters. And I'm glad that it was brought up that we have to, even the community have to understand we're dealing with unexperienced officers. To me, if you're less than 5 years in a space where we hear oftentimes that officers have been on the force for 12, 15, 20 years. And I don't know if that was Commissioner Abernathy that brought that up to measure that and understand how that is affecting our community. So it was 1 year ago and that one of our leaders in the community, actually it was a leader at the NAACP, who said that Anthony's life didn't matter and God snatched him up and the world is better off without him. But today you all made it clear that Anthony's life does matter and that the family of Anthony Mclean misses him and is grieving behind him, and that it wasn't God that snatched him up. It was the police that took his life. So thank you so much, all of you, for what you all are doing tonight and what you all have said. And thank you so much for this commission.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Chair, those are the only public comments we have for this item.
Thank you, Amanda. Commissioner Argento, I see your hand is up.
Yes, just a couple of things. One, I wanted to make clear that I did read the entire report, cover to cover. That is different than saying that every fact is on my mind when I was saying what I was saying. I don't have that kind of memory, and I could have missed something. I did say I did not actually read the witness statements, just excerpts of what's in the report. Sometimes when you look at a statement that's referred to as a statement by the witness, it could be something that's written in the officer's, the officer has written it, and in other words, the officer has written down what he believes the witness has told him. Other kinds of witness statements are actually signed by the witness, or the statement might be in a recording, but I have not seen any of that. I have not looked at the actual evidence that the DA was looking at. My statement was simply that given the evidence as presented in the report, the DA made the right decision ethically and legally. Now, other people feel differently, and that's been very clear about their opinions about DA Gascon on this particular case. We'll see what happens with him. We were talking about changing cultures. In my experience, not everything about the DA's office under Jackie Lacey or any of the predecessors could not have been improved. There was plenty of room for improvement, And Gascon's coming in does represent reform. Now, reform can be a rocky process. I think we all know that. So his performance on officer-involved shootings is incomplete. He has not prosecuted one yet, to my knowledge, but I recall reading something recently that one is under consideration at this time. So I'm not willing to, at this point, to write him off as saying that he is violating his campaign commitments to be more serious about that particular issue. Okay.
Commissioner Anand.
Hello. Yeah. I appreciate Heavenly. I appreciate Miss Baptista, but this conversation was well overdue, and this conversation was the right place to do it. And I also echo what Vice Chair said, Serrano, that when you think of the Policeman's Bill of Rights in California, 99% of the time, they're always going to win. And just like she said, until legislators start to fine tune some of these policies and recommendations that we can push forward into that space, like the AB 39, I don't want it, 102, 39102. I watched Miss Serrano for a year fight. And when I say fight, but respectfully over that one word necessary to get into Pasadena PD's policy. And it took a whole year of conversations, of bargaining, of going backwards and forwards, but she was very relentless, like a pit bull, and was like, no, that word necessary needs to be in the policy handbook. It wasn't put in the policy handbook. So it took a year, and I want to make this very clear. It took a year for Pasadena PD to acknowledge that change and to make that change. So I'm going to go back to what I said before, is it's about a culture change, right? And it's about addressing things within that culture. And I'm very much hoping that the new police chief, which we will hear of tonight, that may be coming forward. Sorry that Miss Moody decided not to put her hat in, but it is what it is. As we move forward to somebody new, that person is going to have to look into that culture, because the idea of our Black and Brown community, the idea of men and women feeling the fear that Commissioner Abernathy said before, feeling the angst that I'm so sorry, Mr. Madison's, I haven't got your name right, Commissioner said as well, is so prevalent in our community. And we know in our community that there is Black and Black, Black and Brown, Black and Brown, Brown and Black violence. We understand that. But on top of that, there's the angst of dealing with the power and the authority of, even if I just want to hassle and harass you that day just because I can, over whatever it is that I can do, then that's what I'm going to do. Does it make it right? Let's listen to the words that Mr. Gaston said in his report. He said, this report, as much as we want to be mad at Gascon, I'll go back and say that the Police Bill of Rights doesn't give him any wiggle room. The Police Bill of Rights shuts a lot of lawyers, DAs down even before they even open their books to try and say anything. But the words that he said was the most powerful thing, was that I cannot prosecute this officer, but it doesn't make it right. That word right there said everything about what the DA's office thought about what Pasadena PD had done. And if Pasadena PD takes those words of, we can't prosecute you now, but what you did was not right. And the culture has to change, because one day, coming soon in the next critical incident, there may be that day that that pass won't be able to be given. And we as a commission have to totally understand the gray areas. And I think Ms. Baptista said it very well in when she was breaking down everything of what was said and what wasn't said. Because one of the things that was said that day was that as Anthony was running, the whole park was cheering. No one ever said that in no report, because they were cheering because they knew that he was going to get away if he hit that corner. And there was a form of embarrassment, maybe, to the officer. And so there's so many things that are gray factors in this report that can never be a fact, because it wasn't about what was asked of the witnesses. It wasn't about what was required of the witnesses. It was about what we need to receive to be able to write a narrative, right? That allows a gray area. And that's why Mr. Argento is probably, and I hate to agree, right, that he can come to that report. And even the judicial system, as somebody as experienced as he, can say that, because the system was meant to be presented to people like himself, to be able to say, well, it looks like this, it was an ugly situation, but under the law, this is what has happened. But if we go past the gray area, everybody else knows, as you've heard from the community for over 2 years, that gray area is the mounting mistrust of not just the police system, but our political system, and also the systems within our city. And all of those things is hopefully that as a commission, we can roll our sleeves up, not be liked by everybody, right? And make some really honest conversations and put some recommendations and policies down that people, especially the community, will start to see, as Miss Yvonne Trice said today, that their voice is being heard within the policies and procedures and recommendations that we can put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Argento?
Yes, I, for one, would want to hear from Attorney Carey about, assuming there's no confidentiality involved in the settlement with the city, but I would like to hear her, some of the arguments that she presented to the city to persuade the city to pay what was it, $7-something million. Now, maybe she has something in there that the DA should have known about. I don't know. But if she can come and talk to us about her case and why she was able to persuade the city to pay the money, that could be very instructive. Generally speaking, the burden of proof on a civil case like she had is much lower. She has to prove the excessive force by a preponderance of the evidence, which means more probable than not. As most of you all know, the burden of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a much higher hurdle to handle. Thinking about the OJ case and just assuming that both juries made the correct decision for the sake of discussion, OJ was not convicted of murder, but he was convicted of wrongful death. So there's that problem of the burden of proof. And again, that's why I said I think the DA made the right call ethically and legally based upon the evidence as presented in the report. Now, there may be other evidence. I don't know what it is because I've never seen it. So I'd like to hear from her if possible.
Her hand is raised.
Thank you, commissioners. There seem to be no more further comments on this item. That segues us over to our next item, which is a conversation with the police chief recruitment firm to gain input on qualifications and skills needed for our next police chief. Amanda, you're muted.
Thank you. We are letting interim city manager Cynthia Kurtz, as well as Frank Rojas, the recruiter, into the panelist room to give you a little overview and lead this conversation. We'll turn it over to them. Thank you both for joining us.
Good evening. I'm Frank Rojas. Can you hear me? Great. So I'm only here to listen, to get your views on what you're looking for in your next chief of police for the city of Pasadena, what experience, what qualifications, but really what key attributes and characteristics are going to be necessary for the next chief to be successful at the city of Pasadena. And what I'm kind of hearing a lot of the issues that the next chief will have to address when they start the job. But if you had anything to add to that, I'd love to hear it. But again, I'm really just here to ask those two questions and to hear your feedback.
This is Cynthia Kurtz, Frank. If I might introduce this and talk a little bit about the process and the schedule. This is interim city manager Cynthia Kurtz. And then I think we can go to the questions that you had lined up for the committee.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting there. And I do apologize. I know you've all been in a long meeting and don't want to take more time than we need to, but I think this is very important for the community. As you know, we are going to be hiring a police chief. Very glad that Cheryl Moody and Jason Clausen were willing to step up as interim police chiefs. And I am disappointed as well that Cheryl has decided not to apply, and I don't know what Jason's decision will be after he has had a chance to be in the chair. But in any regards, this is an important enough position that we want to make sure that we do a thorough review of all of the potential candidates and pick the best person for Pasadena. We've picked Koff Associates that Frank works for a number of reasons. One is they have been in the business for a long time, and Frank himself has been doing recruitments in both the public and the private sector for over 35 years. He has filled a number of police chief positions, so we know that he is very aware of the market and what's going on as policing is changing, as you all know, and what people are looking for in many cities as far as chiefs. But Pasadena is unique, and we don't want to just take a job description from some other city. We want to hear from a number of people, the community at large. We are having a community meeting on May 18th to ask people who are interested to weigh in, and we are going to be meeting with groups that we know have a special interest in the hiring of the chief, this being our first group to speak to. I did want to remind you, if you had not heard, that as the interim city manager, I am not going to be filling the position. I think that is the role for the next city manager, who we hope will be joining Pasadena. We've not selected yet. We're just going through getting ready for those interviews, but given the schedule we're on, we're thinking that person will be joining the city in mid to late July. So what Frank and I have put together for a schedule, working with our HR department, is bringing a list of qualified candidates to the new city manager when he or she arrives. And they would then take that list and move through the rest of the panel interviews and their own interviews and make the final selection. But rather than wait for them to start the process, get it to a place where they would be able to make a decision in maybe a month or a month and a half as to who the chief would be. The information that you provide tonight and that we hear from the community and from other groups that we meet with will be used in three ways. It'll be used in preparing the brochure that speaks to candidates about what we're looking for. It will be used by Frank as he screens candidates to see what's the match of what Pasadena needs. And then it will be again given to the interview panels and the city manager for them to think of as they interview actual candidates and make decisions about who should move further into the process and ultimately be offered a job. With that, I'm sorry I was late getting on. And Frank, if I could turn it back to you. I know that you were going to ask a few questions to get people started. And then, as Frank said, we want to listen to what you have to say about what Pasadena needs in a police chief. And thank you very much for allowing us some time this evening.
Sorry, I'm mute. So thank you, Cynthia. As mentioned, really just here to listen and ask for your perspective. The first question is essentially, the key attributes, characteristics that you feel the next chief of police is going to need in order to be successful in the city of Pasadena.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity, City Manager Kurtz and Mr. Rojas. For me, it feels really important to be able to bring into this community a chief who is a good listener. I find oftentimes that those who enter into this role make good pseudo-politicians and like to orate more than they like to listen. And I don't find that that is something that this community values or appreciates. And I think that in order to work well together and truly build a deeper, more profound relationship that's built upon mutual trust and respect, I think that requires a leader who is humble enough to listen and not always feel like they have to be the person speaking, and most especially a person who is explaining or justifying at all times. So I just can't stress enough how important it is to have a leader who's a very strong and good listener in this role.
Well said. That was awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner Argento.
I would like to have somebody who has a demonstrable record of cultural awareness and including the differences in perception that exist in society and what can be done about them.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abernathy.
Thank you, Chair Banez. Building on what Commissioner Argento said, I do think the cultural competence, whatever terms that we use, and part of understanding the role of bias is to recognize it within yourself. We all have biases. And so the recognition within ourselves helps us see ourselves better and understand ourselves, but also work in leading others. So I think it would be very, it would be very important that a person had that personal understanding that then could inform how that person would lead. I think that's really critical. Then to be committed to really see and lead in the midst of change. A degree of both transparency, accountability, and a recognition, and that officers are working hard to do the best that they can. And yet there's situations where there's a falling short of that. And, you know, the community is asking for that kind of both transparency and accountability so that we can all be better and be more whole together. And so to be able to frame that not as a, you know, us versus them, but what we are trying to do as a community together. And the police department is the community too. I mean, you know, we're all in this together. So I would just think that's very important. And I do think we need to hear, you know, what it's like really to be a member of Pasadena Police Department, what it's really like to lead Pasadena Police Department. What would I ideally like? Yes, I'd love it to be a person of color. I would love it to be a woman. That's my personal opinion about it. But I'm also saying that understanding what almost needs to happen within in the department for the support for perhaps a different kind of leadership that the department has never had, right? But it's so important for the future. So the courage to move in that direction. And so having a courageous leader.
Commissioner Abernathy, the last few statements you made, I really get. The first one you mentioned about somebody who understands or is aware of their own biases. I'm trying to understand what that question sounds like. So if you wanted to know what biases I may have, or I want to know what biases you may have, how would we determine that through a Q&A, if you will?
Okay, great question. So first, you might even to minimize defensiveness, one ask in general, do you think that people hold biases? Okay, so I will tell you something just in general. So you are really normalizing it, and that makes it easier. So, you know, you can quote research if necessary, but it is our understanding that as people, we hold biases. And the greatest challenge is not the possession of a bias, it's the denial of it. Because when you don't acknowledge you might potentially have it, you're never looking for how it functions in the world. And so depending on where the person might be, the recognition of that, the potential openness of it, then share a situation. The narrative can be very important. Okay, could you share with us a situation where you were actually biased? You demonstrated biased behavior. And people can either talk about that in their leadership role, you know, it can be within policing, it can be in any context. But anyone who's not able to share a narrative about that, to me, would be scary.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Does that help? Okay.
That was great. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's going to be an exact question that I asked. Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Lurvy.
It sounds like the most useful thing might be if we frame our comments in the form of a question. But so I have 3 questions I think might be helpful. Because the roles and responsibilities of policing are often unclear, and that leads to many of the problems that we're talking about in terms of policy and training and other bad outcomes. The first question would just be, what do you think police officers are supposed to do? What is their role and responsibility? And just get some clarity around what they see the role of a police officer to be. And then related to that is, and I think goes with what Commissioner Abernathy was saying about the future, is what is the role of police in violence reduction? How do police understand what they can do to bring down the level of violence in the community, as opposed to just compliance with the law or whatever other things you might get as an answer to question one. And then the third question I have that I think would be helpful would be, who do you think you work for? Because if you're looking for servant leadership, there needs to be an understanding that they are there to serve the community, not the city manager or whoever actually appointed the mayor, whoever might be a part of the appointment process. But they're genuinely there to serve the community, the officers that report to them. So just make sure that they're not answering entirely managing up and are actually paying attention to who their constituency is.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chair Banez. As mentioned, I believe by Commissioner Abernathy, that police are a part of the community. And I think what I'd like to know from a potential incoming chief is, what do they see their role in the ecosystem of our community? I know we've discussed previously in our meetings about the officers that may or may not live in the city, but they still work here. So they're part of the community very much, whether they interact well with community members or not. So the broad spectrum of in the community's ecosystem, what they view their role as.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford.
So I think three qualities that I would specifically look for. The first would be empathy, and that would be really feeding off of what Vice Chair Serrano said about being able to listen and have empathy for what you hear, and then be very mindful of nonverbal. So in the interview process, when questions are asked, because 70% of what we communicate is through our nonverbals. And so a lot of your nonverbal communication, particularly as a police chief, will be read by those who you are leading. The other would be commitment to diversity. So what policies have they put in place in the past to ensure that there is a diverse workforce? And what do they plan to do in a community like Pasadena that has such great diversity, both from ethnicity, income levels, a variety of different perspectives? So I'd really be interested in someone who has a proven track record of being able to bring diversity into their workforce.
You mentioned three. I heard empathy and being mindful of nonverbal communication and
commitment to diversity.
Commitment to diversity. Perfect. Thank you.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Thank you. I think another quality that will be really important in our next chief is the quality of feeling a sense of comfort with change, openness to change. I'm hoping we don't find ourselves with a leader who believes that there is a particular way of doing business and there's only one way of doing business, and won't take into consideration sort of innovation, creativity, alternatives, those sorts of things, right? It just will not be helpful, I think, especially to us at this very particular and poignant time in our community's journey around policing and also oversight, to be with a new chief who is resistant to a new way of conducting business, right? So I'm hoping we can find somebody who is open and comfortable with change.
So that change, Commissioner, are we talking about social change, or are we talking about technology and how we use technology, your shot spotter, for example, things like that, or is it more social that you're referring to?
I think it's actually all of it, right? I think that there are numerous factors at play in policing, not just one. And so in terms of adaptability and flexibility, nimbleness, It's about being able to sort of see how society, culture, technology all intersect with policing and can influence it and change it over time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Anang.
Hello. I think the quality that, let me say, I search for is, before I say the quality, is the next chief is going to walk into a police station that basically has a command staff that is predominantly white, and it just maybe got one person of color that was just added to that command staff. So to preface, the quality that I'm looking for is a leader or a chief who can lead from behind while leading from the front. And when I say those things, is when you lead from behind, that means you're willing to pause with the community. That means you're not willing to condescend the community or baby down the community, but really roll your sleeves up and say, yeah, I might not be able to change or anything, but as Vice Chair said, I'm able to listen. But then also to lead from the front, to understand that he's walking in, he or she is walking into a situation that is predominantly a lot of police officers that have been together for many, many, many years. And how do you lead from that? And how do you draw the both parties together to have a melody while, as I said before, be strong enough to change the culture that is been because of the past two leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll add Mr. Rojas. I would like to see someone who is proactive and engaging with low-income communities, someone who is locally grown, preferably someone who knows the city culturally and from life experience. And I would like to see someone with an educational background of coursework that falls under the ethnic studies umbrella. With that said, I don't know anybody with an ethnic studies degree that would want to become a law enforcement officer, but if you find one, I believe that is worth looking into.
Very good. Thank you. So, is any other comments about that? About the key attributes or characteristics? Have I missed any? I'm wondering, another question is what are some of the challenges, some of the priorities, some of the opportunities that you feel that this next chief will need to address or can address when they start?
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chair Ibanez. I have to say that relationships in the community is a key factor. I have family that's retired law enforcement, and we've seen times where interactions between law enforcement and community members was a little bit more engaged. There's been less and less of that. I don't know if that has to do with, amount of time on the force, new to law enforcement and new to the city and not committed to the city because they're not homegrown. But I think that that's a key component in changing the relational dynamic.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford.
Just say one of the things you could just take a look at our work plan as a community oversight police commission. What we've written in our work plan is important to us, and just having a look at that and seeing what it is that we're working on with the community, I think would give you a good glimpse into what we find important.
Commissioner Anand.
I'm sorry, I was told that you guys couldn't hear me before. Did you hear me or not?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a lot of background noise.
Oh, okay. You heard. All right.
Commissioner Abernathy.
I agree with what Commissioner Emmerich Ford just said as far as the work plan, and I just highlight two things that we're emphasizing in our group: bias in policing, and then what we did with our former IPA. We went through all of the past recommendations that have been made related to incidents, and we categorized them in terms of three things: whether it had been fully implemented, yes, no, or partial. So we, of course, we're glad for the things that were fully implemented, but the partial and the no's merit attention, and we actually kind of rank those. So there's a way of thinking about, let's definitely look for the past. There's a lower hanging fruit where certain things can just be done, and we have some recommendations about that. So I would say that would be very important, because it's one thing if a tragic incident occurs, but if we don't address the things that might be exacerbating it, that's a double tragedy. So that would be a priority.
Thank you for that.
Do any other commissioners have any thoughts on the matter? Commissioner Matthews or Commissioner Stacy?
Those are the two main questions I have. Is there something I did not ask that you'd like to share with me?
Commissioner Stacy?
I just wanted to say the, excuse me, the points brought up by the other commissioners are wonderful, and I couldn't add anything to them, but I do concur. Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate the time. I know you've got a lot on your work program, but this is very helpful. And we will make sure as we move forward with this recruitment, even though we're moving slowly because the actual recruitment, the actual decision will be made after a new city manager, that we will keep you informed and make sure as information comes out and the recruitment begins, that you're seeing brochures, you're seeing information, you're seeing where we're advertising and things that might be of interest to you. And hope you know that you can, if you have other ideas, or if you have ideas of candidates, you can always reach out to my office, and we'd be glad to talk to you about other ideas you have. And again, I thank you for your time. Frank, if there's any last.
Yes, no, I thank you as well for allowing me to be here. And I also, my contact information will be on that brochure, which you'll see. Please feel free and never hesitate to contact me directly should you want to have something else you'd like to share. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Both.
Thank you both. We do have a few public comments on this item, Chair. You'd like me to open the public comment period?
Yes, please.
We'll start with Ms. Hughes.
Hello, my name is Heavenly Hughes. I would like to see Mr. Rojas. Are you still listening to the community's concerns?
Yes, I am. I'm also holding a public forum as Cynthia Kurtz mentioned earlier on May 18th. It's been advertised. It's on the city's website, and we'll be doing a similar forum like this, but we'll just be asking questions of basically community members.
Okay, since you're here, can I share quickly that one thing I heard from Chief Perez is the fact that he said to me that the laws and policies are damaging to Black and brown people. So if the chiefs know that these laws and policies are damaging, then that needs to be addressed. So we would like to have a chief that will address damaging laws to Black and brown people here in Pasadena. And also, we would like to have a chief that understands what protect and serve means. Because a lot of times we don't really hear that part of their in their language and in their actions is protect and serve. Commissioner Sereno brought up about how often, which I experience, and I know many others experience with Chief Perez, a whole lot of talking. He talks a lot. He talked a lot, and I'm just using by example who we just recently had. So I just felt that's the best example. He spoke a lot, but it seems like he wasn't open to listening a lot, and oftentimes would kind of brush off what we would say and what our concerns, instead of really taking heed to see if it's something that he can implement in the way of interacting with the community and community building and transparency. My understanding, and I've heard this from Pasadena police officers, that they are trained to be violent. So we would hope that that type of mindset of being violent, I think Commissioner Flo or Commissioner Adam brought up that it's the culture. So we would like to have a chief that looks at the culture of policing as damaging to Black and brown people, and want to listen on how to transform how the behavior and interaction with the community should really look like when it says protect and serve. We also want to be sure that the Pasadena police chief stands firm when it comes to what is right. As it was brought up that the DA said that they did not have enough evidence to file criminal charges in the murder of Anthony Mclean, but the DA said, but it's not right. So we want a police chief that is in the mindset of right standing. So because if the head is in the mindset of right standing, that should be trickled down into the veins of those who are in our streets. And also, I think it was brought up about the amount of experience and the amount of cultural biases and differences in perceptions. I think that was all brought up. So I guess you've already wrote all that down, because that's really good stuff that the commissioners have already brought up. And but I think it was actually, I don't see her face now, Commissioner Burnett, that brought up the amount of experience in Pasadena. So we want the chief to make sure they balance out the experienced officers with the unexperienced officers, so they work together so that it can be a balance when they show up in our streets. And at this time, I think, I also heard earlier, it was talked about Black violence, brown violence, but we must not forget white violence. And we want the police chief to understand how white supremacy and systemic injustice within the bias of the culture of policing has affected, and that white violence is what has affected the communities across America for hundreds of years, and it has conditioned this type of racial disparities that we are witnessing in our streets and in this space of community building between police and the residents and community. So I really appreciate you all's time. I appreciate everything that has been brought up. It really, you all are giving us that hope. And I always hear this statement. James Farr have said this to me a lot of times. Hope is not a strategy. So we really hope that we really want strategies to be put in place that really brings change, transformative change in our community, so we can really experience what community trust with police can look like. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your perspective with me.
Our next public speaker, I'm sorry if I mispronounced this, Cave. Frankie, can you please bring them into the room?
Yes, can you hear me by any chance?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate for the opportunity. I think it's a very good conversation to have in this regard, and it's going to be a very difficult question that who's going to be qualified. Mr. Rojas, I think the priority at this point is, I don't know how you will be able to do this, but to rebuild the trust on Pasadena Police Department. This is something that, and with all due respect, southwest or southeast or northeast of Pasadena, their opinion doesn't matter because the behavior of a police in those areas are clearly very different. And therefore, John Prez could be also a perfect chief police. So how are you going to do this? I agree that the police needs to be familiar with Pasadena, but I think you should seriously consider to bring someone who doesn't belong to this club, who doesn't belong to Pasadena Police Department. Should be from Pasadena, that would be great. If you can find someone who is from the community, but is not from Pasadena. 2019 is not, it's not a history. We had a lieutenant in Pasadena Police Department who got caught, who got sentenced for selling over 100 illegal guns. So if you're asking us that why we question when police officers, when their cameras are off, suddenly after half an hour, they find a gun, you should probably look into the police department. I mean, my main question when that broke out was not that why a police was selling illegal guns, was how the fuck actually a police officer in police department has access to 108 illegal guns. So if you're telling us that, and this is a high-ranking officer that he was there, this is 3 years ago. So the trust is not there. The city has failed us. The police department has been corrupted. Their community has been crying for justice for 18 months. The city manager, the previous city manager, had done nothing other than just literally protecting the system. We're just at this point, we're just asking for this employee, the government employee, whose city ended up paying $7.5 million rightfully to the family of Anthony Mclean to get fired. And he is actually got promoted. Now we know that he is actually a detective today. He's getting paid more. So if you don't think this is a slap in the face for the community, if you don't see it that way, you're missing a point. So this meeting itself is just the Pasadena Police Department, there's no trust left. And for that reason, you should find, I wish you all the luck, but find someone who doesn't belong to this club. Because this club has failed us time after time after time, and bringing someone else. John Prez actually served all his time. He was from Pomona. He didn't pay a penny of tax in Pasadena, but he served all his time in Pasadena. So his experience in Pasadena didn't help us. So find someone who doesn't belong to this club, doesn't belong to this brotherhood, who actually killed innocent children in this city and has been protected by this department and by the city managers at the time. I wish you luck. It's a difficult situation, but look at the Pasadena Police Department, please. Because bringing someone else from there, John Perez was also at some point low-ranking guy. I wish you luck.
Thank you, Kaveh.
Thank you. And then our final speaker is Ms. Bautista.
Hello, commissioners, and hi, Mr. Rojas. So I would just say, please understand that the Pasadena Police Officers Association may not be in support of the community CPOC and IPA's changes. Their willingness, so I would very much be interested to see a chief who has a willingness to implement community concerns and protections for the people rather than the force. And that's going to be very difficult, I think. But, you know, anything's possible, I guess. So, but yeah, just, I would say, please keep the community concerns at heart because, and of course, you know, workers deserve their own representation and concerns to be heard as well. But the PPOA does have officers on their board who have been involved in the murders, including Connor Duncan. He serves as a board member, and he was the officer who turned off his camera during recovering the gun that was found at the scene of the crime when Anthony Mclean was killed by Edwin Dumagwendon. And there's also Officer Villacana, who pled the fifth when he was asked in court if he spat on J.R. Thomas and kicked him after he was already lifeless on the ground. So PPOA has within their executive board staff officers who are extremely concerning and, in my opinion, should no longer even be officers. So we're looking for someone who is willing to protect the community, including undocumented individuals, someone who is not okay with ICE coming into our neighborhoods whenever and however they want, someone who's not okay with raids, not just a willingness, but commitment and eagerness to collaborate with Black, Indigenous, and other people of color organizations with the CPOC, who, as you can see from this meeting, takes their positions extremely seriously and wants to serve as a bridge between our communities in Pasadena and improve the relationships and culture of the police department. And we want someone with a track record of this, not just somebody with empty talk, but proven results in communities they've worked with in the past. So this means vetting references, not just people within the department, but people outside of the department. What do organizations, what do advocates in the communities they've worked in before say about them? If you're inviting somebody back for another interview and considering them as final candidate, they definitely need to be vetted in this way. And I think that the CPOC should also be able to vet them, the final candidates, before a final candidate is chosen. And I think you should be able to have a follow-up conversation with the CPOC before making a decision and talking with city council and the mayor about who they want to select. Or the city manager, I guess, the interim city manager actually as well, since they will be selecting. So in addition, just, you know, we don't want another Villanueva who is someone who ran a campaign saying all of the flowery things, and then the second they get into office, we see that they're complete backstabbers towards the community and are pro police gangs. Villanueva has been protecting LA Sheriff Department gangs, and you are helping a police department that has its own history with being part of police gangs. Perez, who was the former chief, he was part of the Jump Out Boys gang. And that there are still colleagues of his that are still in high positions of power, one of which is Keith Gomez, who is a high-ranking detective and makes more in overtime than he does in his base salary. So we also need somebody who has a willingness to work with the city's financial staff in auditing the police department and make sure that there is protections put in place to protect against fraud and overtime fraud and numerous other kinds of fraud that happen, as well as concerns addressing the concerns that were brought up by commissioners earlier in the meeting regarding the Pasadena Police Department basically being used as a training grounds and not retaining staff very long. Because these things put our residents in danger, right? They actually abuse their power and don't protect us. Also, somebody who knows how to handle people with big egos, people who have been in the department for a long time, people who are resistant to change, and somebody who is going to be able to put into place policies that will enforce that change, right? Enforce improvements such as the new technology, but also cultural differences and cultural improvements. Alongside with that, the independent reports and the recommendations put forth by independent police auditors, a chief who has in the past and will in the future take those recommendations extremely seriously and not just settle for the bare minimum recommendations, but try and go above and beyond. As well as a chief who understands that the community wants to demilitarize the police department, not authorize continued stockage of military-grade surveillance equipment, including armored vehicles, which have been used against protesters. And also ending the PPD campaign to get guns through unauthorized traffic stops, and re-envisioning what gun safety looks like and what gang prevention looks like in the community through care and youth activities that would be reallocated to other departments that have even better experience and training and well equipped to work with our youth, as we know that many of the officers who work with our youth actually have very demeaning personal relationships with community members. And then just again, I want to reiterate, please do bring the final candidates to the CPOC and allow them to be part of the process, as the community does very much value transparency, and we would see this as a step towards transparency that could potentially help build that community trust in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for being willing to share your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and Chair, that concludes our public comments.
Thank you, Amanda. We will now move to a review of proposed military equipment use policy required by AB 481 and direction for providing feedback to police department and city council.
This is Cynthia Kurtz again. I will open this up, and then I'm hoping that, Lieutenant Gashafi is here to give the presentation that we recently gave to the city council regarding this matter. There's a new state law that came into place at the end of the last legislative session that has defined a list of what they determine to be military style equipment. And in California, if any local police department has any of this equipment within their inventory of police equipment, it needs to be there needs to be a policy that's adopted by the governing board, which is the city council, that says what the equipment is, how it will be maintained, when it will be used, and how the training that is necessary for people to use it will be carried out. Pasadena does have some of this equipment. Some of it is equipment that we use every day, having to do with helicopters and things that we use on patrol. Much of it is kept in inventory because we have major events here. And should there be something like happened in Las Vegas or other places, and would need to pull out special equipment in order to protect the public, this equipment is kept in the inventory. We introduced the draft policy to the council in April, and we're out now for 30 days of reviewing it with the public. It is online, along with a place for people to make comments online. So if you think of things after tonight's session that you would like to add, please do go online to the police department and give us more comments. But we wanted to particularly come to this commission and show you what it is we have in inventory and get your ideas about whether or not this policy is adequate to protect its use in Pasadena. And so with that, I'm going to ask Lieutenant Kirsafi to provide the inventory, the training, and the use of the equipment, and then ask if we might have a discussion amongst the commissioners about anything that you see that you think either could be problematic, needs to be thought about more, needs to have additional information, whatever you might think would help us in making sure that any of this equipment is used properly, trained properly, and stored properly. So with that, if I could turn it over to you, Bill, and ask that you go through the inventory with the commission.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate it. Good evening, members of the Citizen Police Oversight Commission. As the City Manager said, I'm here to involve you in a discussion about AB 481, commonly known as the Military Equipment Bill, and to really solicit feedback from all of you. True transparency, I am using this group. One of the main requirements and main mandates of the AB 481 is to engage the community members. So I am using this group so that we can do that, because I think that it's important as we go through this process in developing our policy, developing our inventory list, that we get feedback from all members of the community. Unfortunately, this bill is titled the Military Equipment Bill, and really it's a little bit misleading because that implies that the military is providing law enforcement agencies with equipment such as tanks, nerve gas, hand grenades, heavy duty weaponry, and in fact, the only items that we at the Pasadena Police Department have are 3 stripped down Vietnam War era helicopters that we use to assist patrol officers. It's really nice having an eye from the sky when we get involved in some critical incidents. So those are the only items that we actually have from the military. We don't use the other types of equipment, the heavy duty weaponry, anything like that. As a matter of fact, law or military doesn't even allow that stuff to get out of their possession. So it is a little bit misleading, but we'll work through this process and how we use this equipment for for public safety. And that's really the main premise of this presentation. Most of the equipment that we have that is on the list, or that's required to be reported by the bill, are industry standard items for law enforcement, items that are purchased through law enforcement and not obtained from the military. And they're really meant to address critical or life-threatening incidents that we come across rarely, but we do come across them. We've had several in our community over the last several years, at least since I've been a police officer here for the last 27 years. By having the equipment ahead of time, this allows officers to train with it and be better at how to use them and be able to protect the community in the event that we have critical incidents, such as a terrorist attack at one of our many New Year's or Rose Bowl events. A hostage situation like we saw back in 2008 on El Molino Avenue, where a father held his 10-year-old son hostage for several hours over a custody dispute with his ex-wife. This was before he engaged in an 8-minute shootout with officers. We also have situations like active shooters like we had back in 2014 on Summit Avenue, when a suspect from inside of his house shot and killed 3 innocent bystanders who were walking on the sidewalk all over an eviction issue. One of the victims was a good Samaritan who was merely trying to help save one of the dying victims. Or like we had back in November of 2021, just a few months ago, on the Sunny Slope shooting when an ex-military member who was probably suffering from some sort of PTSD went on a shooting rampage. So these incidents happen. Ultimately, the equipment that we're going to talk about is really meant to protect the members of the Pasadena community. It's not to prove or show military might. That's not the intentions. It's to help us perform our duties of protecting the city. And as I go through the presentation, I ask that you keep this in mind, that's really the premise of this. So if we could start, Frankie, if we could start the PowerPoint. First of all, we'll go over a quick overview of what the presentation is going to look like. Next page, please, Frankie. So go over an overview of this, what the bill is all about. We'll define what military equipment is. We'll talk about our implementation of the new policy, the new law that went into effect January 1 of this year, 2022. I'll go over the inventory list. I think you were all provided a copy of it. It is pretty extensive, but we can break it down relatively quickly. And then we'll go through some recommendations and questions and answers. As I mentioned earlier, one important component of this is the public comment or the public weighing in of our policy, our inventory. We have, as mentioned by the city managers, we have posted both the policy and the inventory list on our website as required by the AB 481. We also provided an opportunity for people to make comments or ask questions. We encourage people to do that, yourself as well as anybody who you think may have an interest in this conversation. Provide it that way when we go back to council, which is scheduled for May 23rd, we can bring these points up and have that discussion with city council. Next page. So 481, what is it? It's a bill, Assembly Bill 481 came into effect January of this year. It includes not only the equipment that we currently have, although the equipment that we have, we didn't have to begin discussing that until May 1st of this year, but it also includes any new equipment that we wanted to purchase starting January 1. We have not purchased any of these items. There was no need to purchase any of the items, so we really didn't have to deal with that side of it. So we're primarily talking about existing equipment that we have and have available to us in the event we have some type of critical incident. The intent of the bill is to ensure the transparency and oversight of and accountability of the police agencies throughout California, and how they use and what they're using on this list of items. A quick summary of the bill it's the intent of it, or the bill itself requires that law enforcement agencies must obtain the governing body's approval, that's the city council in our city, for the funding, acquisition, and use of any of the equipment that we find on the list. It mandates the addition of military equipment, of a military equipment use policy, and it does that through an ordinance that will be presented hopefully on May 23rd, or that's the intended date. It mandates annual reporting of the type of military equipment, and we, on an annual basis, we have to actually provide this presentation, as well as what we've used throughout the year, how we've used it, and if there's any complaints in the use of these items that are found on the list. And we must post on our website the final military equipment use policy before we actually, once it becomes approved by City Council. Like I mentioned earlier, it all needs to begin by May 1st, which we started. We did our first presentation on the 23rd of April. We were required to post it 30 days in advance, which we did. We posted on April 21st so that community members could review and have comments prepared for the May 23rd discussion at City Council. That last point on there, essentially what that's saying is we have 180 days to get approval from our City Council to continue to use the equipment that we currently have. If we don't get approval from our council within 180 days, we must cease from using it. Next page. So what equipment is included? Again, I think it's a little bit misleading to name this a military equipment, because really we don't have much military equipment. But it includes military type of equipment, as you'll see when we go through the list. And any surplus equipment, there's a program that the military does provide. That's how we got our 3 helicopters that the military will provide law enforcement agencies. So any of the items that we actually get from the military through the Department of Defense, we need to include that on this list as well. The majority of the equipment is non-lethal items. We don't intend to use them as lethal items. They are really tools of the trade, best practice items that just about every police agency in the nation use these different types of equipment for public safety. And they are designed to ensure public safety. As I mentioned, they're intended to de-escalate violent encounters. We really want to use them to minimize lethal force. If we have the options to use one of these items instead of using lethal item, we'll use the non-lethal item first. We hope to resolve situations, combative or situations that are violent, with this type of equipment. And they have been proven to reduce injury to either the person that we're contacting or the officers involved. Again, we get very few items from the military. Most of the items that we have are purchased, or we've seized them in the past, and we rarely use these items. We have them available to us in the event we have a critical incident. We can pull them out, but access to them is minimized, and use of them is minimized as well. Next page. Let's talk quickly about military equipment and public safety. So, as you all know, City of Pasadena, as the Mayor Gordo mentions, is the center of the universe. And it is an international destination. We have large events here. We have the Rose Parade. We have the Rose Bowl events. We have concerts. We have universities. We have business centers. The city has just about everything anybody could want. And it makes it a ripe target for terrorist attacks. especially our New Year's events. As a matter of fact, the Homeland Security, or the Department of Homeland Security, does an assessment on large-scale events like the Rose Parade, like our New Year's events, and the Super Bowl. Once they assess it as a SEER level 1. That is the Super Bowl and our Rose Parade and just a few other events throughout the nation are rated a SEER 1 level. And what that means is that it's a significant event with national or international importance, and it's going to require extensive federal interagency support. So once we get that rating of a SEER level 1, we got a lot of resources available to us. So understand that these events that we host here are ripe for terrorist targets. So we need to be careful. We need to be prepared in the event that we do have some type of attack, that we can resolve it relatively quickly. As far as how we would use them, active shooters, like the 1997 North Hollywood bank robbery that occurred. One of those, that situation was an active shooter that was spiraling out of control quickly. One of the reasons that LAPD had so much difficulty in resolving that situation was because they didn't have the equipment, namely rifles, to deal with those suspects who had high-powered rifles. It's possible that it could occur here. It happened just down the road in San Bernardino back in December of 2015. It happened at an Orlando nightclub back in June of 2016. So those events are occurring throughout the world. Just because we're in Pasadena doesn't mean that we're immune to it. School shootings or school attacks, like what occurred in Columbine. A lot of this equipment that we have would be used or acquired because of what happened in Columbine. And we discovered that there was a need to have these items available to us in the event we had a similar type situation. Vehicle attacks in France back in 2016, suspects or terrorists took a 19-ton cargo truck and drove it into a crowd of people who were celebrating Bastille Day and killed a good amount of people. Or a hostage rescue or barricaded suspect situation, like I mentioned earlier, where the father held his son hostage. That was an 11-hour event. Or violent demonstrations. This equipment could be used on those types of situations in the event that our demonstrations become violent. I will tell you, in 2020, when shortly after the George Floyd incident, we had about 60 or more demonstrations in Pasadena. Not at one point, at no point did we ever need to use our equipment, bring our equipment out. Were we prepared? Yes. Were there any issues? No, because they were all peaceful demonstrations. As a matter of fact, we encourage people to demonstrate, and we help them demonstrate by providing them traffic control. So we were very fortunate in that regards. Had they turned violent, had we had situations like we saw in other parts of the country, we may have had to bring it out, but fortunately, we didn't have to bring it out. Thankfully. Go ahead, Frankie. All right, so PPD implementation of our policy. We did, as the city manager mentioned, we provided City Council with a draft military equipment policy. It's in our policy. If you look online, it would be under 711. It's actually not there yet because it hasn't been approved. And it would include not only the policy, but also include the inventory, which is consistent with the Assembly Bill. On the Assembly Bill, we are required to provide a description of the equipment, itemized description, how many we have, the capabilities of it, what the cost was, what we use it for, who the authorized users are, and any fiscal impact. Again, it's only a draft policy at this point. Hopefully on May 23rd, we get approval and we can move forward with the ordinance that has been, that the city attorney's office will be working on. Again, we posted the policy on April 21st, the policy and the inventory list. We're required by law to post it for 30 days for public review and comment. We also provided it to local media. There was some media coverage that covered this issue. We also posted on our social media with the intent of engaging the public. Again, and now we're bringing it to you so that we can continue this conversation and continue to get feedback. The result of the meeting on April 25th, our initial presentation to City Council was to have the City Attorney's Office move forward with drafting an ordinance. Again, on May 23rd, we hope to have the first reading of that. Go ahead to the next page. So this gets into the list of all the equipment. I'm not going to go item by item. If you guys have a question on it, we can talk about them. I will tell you the bill discussed 16 different categories of equipment. Of those 16, Pasadena only has 9 types. I think the majority of them, if you saw the list, it's very detailed. I think we have gotten the most questions about the 50 caliber, items number 8 and item number 9 on this list. And I want to impress upon you that this is a sniper rifle that's used by the military. That is not our intent to use it. We intend to use it to disable vehicles that are charging a crowd that intending to cause significant harm and danger. This particular rifle has been proven to be effective in disabling vehicles. Essentially, what we would do is we would fire the rifle at the engine block. We're not aiming for the driver, we're aiming for the engine block, and it is proven to be able to disable the vehicle, to stop it, so that it does not continue towards the crowd of people that it appears that they're trying to harm. And with that, I will take some questions. That's the second page of it. You can go back to the, Frank, if you want to go back to the items. Yeah, that page and the next page. We can have discussions. I can answer any questions that you'd like.
Commissioner Abernathy.
Thank you, Chair Banez. Thank you, Lieutenant, for your presentation. I'm wondering about several things. The first is on, I think it's the fourth slide here. It does note, and you stated it's the majority of equipment is considered non-lethal. And then at another point, you noted that you would not use it in a lethal way, but then that suggests that it has a potential to be lethal. And, you know, when you talk about a sniper rifle, I know it can be targeted toward like you said, the equipment in the car, but we know that can be targeted other ways as well. So I guess I get the context right now that, you know, there's certain equipment that Pasadena already has, and there's no new equipment that's been obtained right now, but subsequently new equipment could be obtained. And, you know, helicopters, that's an advantage. You know, I don't think there's any controversy with that, but some of these other things that have lethal potential. So I guess what I'm saying is, it's very clear that this could be used exclusively in the way that you noted, to protect the public for all the reasons you noted, no question. And terrorism, everybody wants to be protected by that. I want us to think about the unintended consequences and the ways in which this could be abused. And I'm actually interested in your thoughts about that, because to me, anytime you want to adopt a policy or have something approved, we always have to consider unintended consequences, pros and cons. And what happens then to protect against the cons, policies, right, can help protect. So what are your thoughts about that? Because I get the general intent. I totally get that. But I also see the unexpected lethal potential.
Yeah, and you know what? You bring up a couple good points there, Commissioner. I appreciate you bringing those up. Yes, it is our intent not to use them for lethal purposes. Although situations unfold very quickly, and there could be instances where we may need to use that rifle for lethal force. It's not intended. That's not what we want to use it for. But if it provides the opportunity to stop a very violent person who's intending to hurt a large group of people, we may have to use that if we don't have any other options. There's quite a bit of equipment on there that's related to social unrest, violent demonstrations, those types of things. Mm-hmm. Again, it's very clear on how it's intended to be used. Really, those items on there don't cause fatalities. Is it possible? Sure. I mean, if somebody's suffering from some type of lung issues and they come in contact with some of the gas that's dispersed, it could be. But the intent, again, we're not trying to harm some people. And I want to talk briefly about, you mentioned about the new purchase of new equipment. One item that I failed to discuss. So if we intend to buy new equipment, if we want to acquire something, the newest, best new thing out in the world to stop whatever, terrorists or whatever, before we can purchase it, before we can even start looking at it, we have to have a conversation. We have to get approval from our city council beforehand. And before we can get approval, 30 days before that, we have to have a community meeting, a very well publicized community meeting, and explain to the members of the community. And we would likely go through you guys again, explain to them what it is, how we intend to use it, what its purpose is, what it's going to cost. We have to go through the whole gamut of conversation with them so that the community members are fully informed about what the items are and what we intend to do with them.
Okay, so I do appreciate that, and I defer to our chair on this, but I would actually a procedure that I think would be important, that it would come to the CPOC, that it goes to the community, it comes to the CPOC, and the CPOC has the opportunity to make a recommendation to City Council about any particular equipment. But I would say the violence, what can happen be used when there are demonstrations. We know that people that are not engaged in the violence, it's normally just a few people that are really maybe spearheading some of that innocent folks can get hurt and traumatized. So hopefully not loss of life, but still trauma and injury. So it would really be helpful if there was some lever, some way of thinking about that, like almost a differential. Yes, this is what our intent, but we have to have even a policy, or I would encourage a policy or procedure related to an ongoing assessment of that, right? So I think there's an annual review in here, so that's helpful.
Right. And I will tell you, Commissioner, there's another new law that went into effect it ends up being in our policy 496 or 469. Essentially, that law has to do with First Amendment rights and what we can and cannot do. So there's a new law that went into effect January 1 as well, that says we cannot use gas, we cannot use projectiles, we cannot use any of those to control violent demonstrations unless there's a danger to people, property, that type of thing. So it's very clear, and our policy states that we cannot use those. So we would not use those unless it got to a level that was so dangerous to the people or property that I would hope that people who were not intending to cause damage or not intending to cause harm to people, that they would not be in that crowd.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's an evaluation that we have to do, an assessment that we do on a regular basis if we come into these types of situations. And hopefully we don't have to. Fortunately, all the protests that we had over the last couple of years, we haven't had to, which has been great.
Okay, thank you.
Frankie, would you mind exiting out of the presentation mode? It's hard for me to see the order of hands. Thank you. Vice Chair Serrano and then Commissioner Argento.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Grisafi, for that presentation. I'm going to ask for you to please help me out because I feel a little confused tonight and in having reviewed the packet prior to tonight's meeting. First, I want to ask, though, where is it exactly on the city's website or the PD's website where we're supposed to review this policy? Because as I go through our police department's policies on the website, that section 711 is completely missing. And so what is the policy we're supposed to see for the next 30 days and comment on before the council votes on?
So it is not part of you're right, it is not part of our policy because it's only in draft form. It requires approval before we can actually make it our policy.
Okay.
So what we have done on the PPD's website, the front website, there's right in the middle, right when you open up the page, there's a picture of a police car and it says AB 481 military equipment.
Okay.
That's where you click on that. It explains what AB 481 is all about. And it provides you a link to see both the policy and the inventory list. Now that's the only inventory list of what we have. And then it also includes an option for people to leave a comment or questions. And that's where we would ask people in the community to do so.
Okay, I'm on the website right now. I'm not seeing it, which feels
on the city's website, on the police department's website.
Yep, I'm on the police department's website. I'm not seeing it. So, and it could just be me, and I could be a little slow right now. So, I forgive me if that's the case. But I appreciate Lieutenant Grisafi you talking about when this kind of equipment might be utilized, right? Like the kinds of events that we experience here locally. You used a lot of examples about past events that have happened maybe across the nation where military type equipment was a benefit to law enforcement. And so you've talked about potential use and intention, but sort of to maybe piggyback after Commissioner Abernathy said, talking about potential use and intentions is not a policy, right? So where I'm struggling a little bit is where are the actual policies about the acquisition, about the approval? Maybe you said it, and this is where, again, I feel like I've been unclear, that each time has to be presented to the council for consideration, and then there's a 30. So when I look at what was submitted to us as part of our packet in 711, it's basically saying our policy is that we follow the policy. And our approval policy is that we follow the policy. But I don't have any substance behind that. Am I off here? Please help me, because I feel like I'm searching for something more tangible for me to really get a sense of when, the police department has the opportunity to acquire a flying saucer, right? The approval process is step one. They do this. The acquisition process is this. I'm not seeing that. And maybe I'm missing something. So please help me out.
Yeah. So the bill doesn't specifically, doesn't specify that. Our policy, we can change our policy. And that's a great suggestion, Commissioner, that we can change our policy to spell that out a little bit better. Really what we have to do is, if we're going to spend money, we have not even a certain amount of money. It's any of those items that may fall on that list. We have to go and get approval before we can do it. It doesn't specify how we do it. The ordinance might specify that. And that's something that I can talk to the city attorney's office and see how we rectify that. But that may be a good suggestion as far as the path in which we get there.
So thank you. That's very helpful. So I would say it's not a good suggestion. I would say for me, that would be a necessity. I think we need to get a little bit more meaty. My fantasy is, Lieutenant Grisafi, that what we have in 711, at least this draft that I saw, did that come from Lexipol?
It did, yes.
Okay, so I'm not surprised that it's mediocre, right? We always have the opportunity to be more robust than that baseline policy that Lexipol offers us, right? And I think here's a perfect opportunity for us to live into that. Let's see what meat we can add to this baseline, like, right? Lexipol is just going to make sure we're minimally compliant. But what I want for us to do together is to create something that's more dynamic and more robust.
Yeah, and I know that you've had experience with Lexipol in the past. If you haven't, Lexipol is the policy that we use for, and several different law enforcement agencies use it throughout the nation and actually the world. But we can customize it for our department, our city.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
we have that option and we can take a look at that.
Yes, would really appreciate that. So I understand, technically speaking, we're on this timeline of posting for 30 days and then the council's going to review. But my hope is that we can kind of come back to this as a community and really examine together what it would look like step by step, that approval process, that acquisition process, so that it's very clear. Because as I read this, it says that our policy is to follow the policy, and that means nothing, right? Thank you.
Commissioner Argento?
Two questions. One is a kind of a follow-up to Commissioner Serrano, and that is this. I want to clarify. Under the existing state of affairs without an ordinance, does the police department have to get any approval outside of the police department, like from the city manager or from the council, to acquire new equipment of this kind, or is it purely discretionary with the administration of the police department?
Prior to January 1st of 2022, we did not. Once we crossed into this new year, then we needed to get approval for the purchase of any new items. Unless prior to that, if it met a certain financial threshold, then we would have to get approval. But without that, no, we did not. And I should tell you, we've had these items, a lot of these items, the majority of these items, we've had them for probably 25, 30 years in our available for us to use. The majority of them are locked under key, not accessible to just an average patrolman or woman. It's used. It's only available to our special weapons team, our SWAT team. So that's the majority of these items that we don't bring them out that often.
Okay,
but we try.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for your answer to that specific question. The other question I had was, for lack of a better term, I want to call the possession and maintenance of this equipment a program. And so my question is, what is the cost of this program in terms of a percentage of the Pasadena Police Department total budget?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know the specific amounts. It's the majority of the items are not that expensive. The helicopters that we got from the military were free. We only have to pay for maintenance of them, which helicopter maintenance is a lot, but we didn't have to pay for the initial cost because they weren't using them. They let us borrow them. Essentially, we're borrowing them. And in the event that they need them back, I don't know why they would need 1970 helicopters back, but we would be required to give them back to them.
All right, I'm not so much interested in the absolute dollar amount, but in the percentage of the police department budget that this is. Is it a small, is it 3%? Is it a 40%? Whatever it happens to be, that would interest me.
Right.
And thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome. And just to clarify that, a lot of these items are purchased and they have a long lifespan that we don't need to continue to repurchase them unless it's to replace what we used. So that number, that percentage is going to be difficult to find, but I'll work on getting that.
If I could just add, if I might, 85% of the police department's budget is personnel. So we're working with 15% total for supplies and services. And then we can look at what this particular equipment would be, but it will be very minor given that the vast majority of both police and fire is in our personnel.
Right. Having heard that, there's really no need to find the percentage because I know it's going to be much less than 15%, or it's going to be 15% or under, and that's sufficient. So there's no need to look into it further. Thank you.
Great.
Commissioner Anand?
My question is, in the list of the inventory that you see on the website, is why is there no picture attached to the name? Because I think that in full transparency for people, and also we're in a visual age, is when you see something, I'm like, if it's not like your normal regular Glock or whatever, you're not going to kind of know what even's been spoken about here. So I think it might help, especially in community transparency, to have the list of the item and then have a picture attached that this is what we're talking about, right? And now everybody can be on the same page. And maybe, I don't know, but I know that there's just a list, and I think that there should be a picture attached that people would understand this is the equipment that we're talking about, boom, over here. And not everybody's going to be able to get the kind of presentations that you're talking about. And so those people that hit the website or start to look at the policies when it's up in its 30 days should see a picture of the equipment of what the residents of Pasadena are buying into. Thank you.
And if I could respond to that, we actually had that conversation about the photographs of the items. But this inventory list was 30 pages long as it was. And it was, we were of the assumption that there was access, there's Google and people can Google the items and it'll show an image of it. We can revisit that discussion and see where, if that's something that City Council would be interested in, and we can include them.
I mean, I respect the fact that you're asking people to Google, right? But if this is about transparency and presentation, there's nowhere that you would go that someone would say, like, I'm going to go buy a dress and it's yellow and it's pink dots, and I'm not going to see a picture of what kind of dress that they're going to presume. So if it's as serious as a military style equipment that you're presenting to the community that we need as our protection for the list of things that you said could ever occur in Pasadena, then I think the importance of what that military equipment should not be just given up to the residents to Google, but as the presentation should be given side by side of this is what we're talking about, Pasadena. This is what we're saying will protect you for this certain thing, for the Rose Bowl, for the the Rose Parade, whatever it is. I think it's to me personally, it's a no-brainer to not put those two together on the website where you click the link, right? Whether it's however many pages, you hit that equipment, then you hit a link that takes you to the picture. That to me, that's a no-brainer. But hey, thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Chair Baez. Yep, pictures. That feels like a no-brainer to me, and that's literally why I raised my hand. There should be a hyperlink or something. Google should not be what you think anyone should do when we're trying to make sure that we understand what's happening. It should be easily accessible. That's not transparent at all. Let's go back to that 50 cal sniper rifle. Why do we need that?
The intent of it is to disable vehicles that are charging at or threatening large crowds of people, such as during New Year's events or concerts or whatever, one of the many events that we have here in the city. large scale events?
I know you stated, and I heard in the city council meeting as well, I did listen then, and you did mention again tonight that these military style weapons would be utilized by SWAT. How many SWAT members do we have? And like, what does that, like, what's the requirements for someone to get to SWAT from? I know Joe Blow that just graduated the academy is not going straight to SWAT. So how do we get there? The responsibility of being designated to that team.
Actually, it's one group of SWAT. Actually, it's our sniper team. We have about 12, I believe is the number, 12 snipers within our department, collateral duty, who train on a weekly basis. They qualify with that rifle on a regular basis. They sight that rifle in on a regular basis. So it's only our sniper group. It's not your, like you said, Joe Blow patrol officers.
Right.
A member of SWAT or a very specific member of SWAT, our sniper team. And they would be the only ones who are allowed to use that and deploy that gun. So me, I wouldn't be one that would be able to have access to that gun and take it and say, hey, go ahead and take out any cars that are charging people. I'm not the guy for that.
Okay. In that
makes me feel better.
I don't know, Bill. I feel like I trust you more than I trust some other folks. I don't know. I did have another question, but it slipped my thoughts. I'll raise my hand again if it comes back. Thank you.
So Bill, and I apologize in advance because I have a lot of questions, but I was going to build up to this, but since we're talking about it, let's just talk about it. So just to clarify, you're saying that the department is willing to use a 50 caliber rifle on people?
That's not our intentions. Let me make that clear. We don't intend to do that. That's not our goal. That's not our purpose. That's not why we have the weapon. Our intentions with that weapon are to stop vehicles or to disable vehicles in the event that they're threatening large crowds or they're threatening a group of people, like what happened in France when they took it during the Bastille Day event.
I'm sorry, Bill. That wasn't my question. My question.
I get it. I'm getting there. Could we? Yes, we could use it as a sniper rifle to take out somebody individually, but that's not what we intend to do it.
Again, not my question. Is the department willing to use it against people?
That's a question that I can't really answer because it all depends on the circumstances, to be honest.
So who can answer that question?
I don't think anybody can. I think the operator, the sniper who's got the weapon in their hands is the one who answers that question.
Okay, let me reframe my question then. Are you willing to put in your policy that you will not use a 50 caliber rifle on a person?
That would not. We would have to have a discussion about that. That would not be something that would be. I don't think that would best serve the community of Pasadena.
I emphatically disagree. Just to give you context on how I came about this, and this is touching to the points of the other commissioners that have talked about the lack of pictures in these items. I had no idea what a 50 caliber rifle was or what it was capable of until a military veteran broke it down to me step by step. And I encourage the commission and the community to Google search 50 caliber rifle gunshot wound, and viewer discretion advised, because what you will see may scare the shit out of you. So it's very concerning to me that we have a military weapon of this magnitude that can be used against people when it's not necessary, to be honest. I mean, the department is fully capable of imposing violence on individuals in many other ways that don't require the use of a 50 caliber rifle. I don't like it. Just doesn't make any sense to me. Like if the intention is not to use it against people, then why don't you just take it a step further and put it in your policy? We're not going to use it against people. To me, that's just a no-brainer.
If I could just intervene here, because I don't think the lieutenant is in a place to say that he would do that. First of all, he's not the chief, he's not the city manager, and he's not the city council. But if that's something that you recommend, that would be exactly what we'd like to hear from the commission tonight. That you would advise and we send to the council that the commission's recommendation is the policy include that. And those are the kind of things we're looking for. But even myself, certainly I did not ask the lieutenant to, but even if the chief were here, even myself, we ultimately are not the decision maker given this state law. So please give us those kinds of recommendations. That's what we're looking for from the public. And then we will take every bit of that to the council for their consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do have a couple other questions. Another one is, where do you purchase these weapons?
Variety of different vendors. It depends on the equipment. There's several vendors out there who make police-related equipment.
Okay, and how do these things? So I understand that in order for these weapons to be to make it on this list, is council the one that gives the approval for that?
I'm not sure your question. To make it on the list that was defined in the bill?
Yeah, like I to my understanding that in order to make military grade purchases, you need council approval, right?
Well, if they fall on this list that was designated by legislators.
Oh, I see.
So the legislators provided us a list of all the military equipment that they thought that needed to be included. If we want to continue to use, purchase, or continue to use any of those items that they designated on the list, then yes, we would need to get council, our local council's permission.
Oh, I see. So this list was provided to the department.
Yes, all law enforcement agencies in California. It's a California law.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Jones.
I think Commissioner Argento's hand was up before mine, but I did remember my question. You sure? Oh, okay. So the question was kind of in regards to Cherry Banya's question with these items that are on the list. Just clarifying, all these items on the list, I know you may mention a lot of items we've had for 25 years. Do we have all the items on this list?
No, we don't. The list has 16 different categories. In every category, there's several items that can be found. They basically said if it falls within this category, they listed them all underneath there. Of the 16 categories, we only have equipment in 9 of those 16 categories. So we have several items under 9 of those categories.
Okay. There was another part. I don't have it. Sorry.
Commissioner Argento?
Yes, I just off the top of my head cannot give you a specific scenario where you might want to use that kind of a weapon against another human being. But my guts tell me they exist. So they don't want to use, the police don't want to use a weapon like that against somebody. And if there's an alternative weapon that's maybe less dangerous to use under the circumstances, but I mean, just to make something up, if it's the only weapon that would reach and take out somebody who's holding a bomb and threatens to blow himself up and 150 people around that person, and the only way to get to that person is with a 50 caliber, whatever this is, and I don't really know, sniper rifle, I'd say take him out. That's my personal view under those circumstances where you're taking out that person to prevent a greater loss of life. So that's why I wouldn't categorically eliminate the use of that weapon. Just speaking for myself.
Yeah, the people we're dealing with are people that are doing some very bad things or intending to do very bad things to the Pasadena community, and we need to resolve it. We need to prevent that from happening.
Commissioner Lurvy?
So I did what you suggested. I looked up 50 caliber rifles, and much to my dismay, it's relatively easy to purchase a 50 caliber rifle as an 80%, without any background check, and then buy the other 20% as well from the same vendor. So it's really horrifying. I point that out just to tie in what we were talking about before about the notion of violence prevention and how challenging it is to deal with society that has these things so readily accessible. And I don't know what the solution is, but these things are out there.
Commissioner Abernathy?
Thank you, Chair Banyas. So I do understand both the weapons are out there and again, what is typically intended. And I wonder about some kind of policy piece, like City Manager Kurtz was noticing, a policy statement about, these weapons are intended generally for the use, as you said, in the event that they might be used against people, there should be a process or a policy related to that, so that the conditions under which that are clear or whatever. I know sometimes the circumstances may just escalate, but still, I would assume you don't want one person making that decision, or at least you want to anticipate the conditions under which it might happen. That's what I'm wondering. I do think there needs to be something along those lines that we maybe could recommend, Chair Ibanez. So I'm wondering about that. I'm not sure the language, whatever wording, but I'm just wondering about that.
Commissioner Jones?
The other thing, I don't know that there's a way for me to frame it as a question. So I'm just going to make it a statement. Earlier, you said you hadn't used any of this equipment in the recent protests, namely 2020. I'm pretty sure I saw footage of Pasadena police officers in riot gear and the use of a Bobcat 5 days after Anthony Mclean was a victim of homicide. That's August 20th, 2020. I'm pretty sure I've seen footage of a peaceful protest that did not end peacefully. And it wasn't by the protesters.
So when I was referencing that, I was referencing the items that are traditionally used for demonstrations, violent demonstrations, the gas, the projectiles, the categories. I'd have to look at the category numbers, but yes, the Bearcat that we have, we do use that on a regular basis, not only for security purposes, but we also use it for community relations as well. And it's next to the helicopters, it's probably the second most popular item amongst the community members when we put it on display for people to look at and jump in and see how it works, see how it feels, that type of thing. So the Bearcat we do use on a regular basis. I wasn't referencing that when I made that comment, but you are correct. We do use that more regularly.
I'm trying to understand why that was used at a peaceful protest, though.
I don't know that I was necessarily there on what particular protest you're talking about. If we bring it out, it's for security purposes because it's armored. It provides a level of security for the officers and or individuals if we need to rescue people. It's one of the tools that we use.
This wasn't a rescue mission, though.
Yeah, I don't know what it was used for.
Not cool.
It could be, and I don't know that. I've written down the date so I can do more investigation. But I mean, if there's a protest that has the potential of going violent, and there are threats, and social media is watched as these things go on, equipment may be made of the ready, so you don't have to run back and unlock the gate and get it out if there's an issue. I'm only suspecting that that might have been the case, that there might have been some indication that there could have been problems. There may have been something that raised concern, so it was brought out in the event that it would be needed. I don't think I've saw that it was used in any protest in 2020, but again, I wrote down the date, and I'll look into that.
It was August 20th. It was after media left, so I'm sure it was a social media post. Either way, I don't think that that's community relations.
Well, I think there's
no, that it would have been if it was a. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
I apologize. I'm assuming you're talking about the incident at City Hall. So, is that what you're talking about, Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, just the fact that we deploy, there's a difference between deploying a piece of equipment, meaning we have it ready, as the city manager mentioned, we have it available for us, and using it are two different things. Just because we deploy it, all that means is we have it readily available. We can deploy the 50 caliber rifle during the Rose Parade. Doesn't mean we're going to use it, but we have it available to us in the event we things do get violent, or the demonstration does get out of control.
What I don't understand is why you would anticipate it getting violent if there wasn't any demonstration that showed that it was going that direction.
Well, I don't know.
That sounds like an extreme amount of bias.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know that. I think what we're trying to do is get feedback as far as how we use it, when we should use it, stuff for our policy, stuff for the presentation on the 23rd of May. So I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, but I think that's probably another discussion that we can have on a separate basis.
And I just add, even some of the protests we're seeing now over the Supreme Court's action, we may not be seeing that on the social media that there's counter protesters here, but it is happening in other cities. And when the event at City Hall occurred, now I wasn't city manager then, but having been briefed on that, we had seen other city halls overtaken and a lot of damage done. And so we will react to that if we know that incidents in other communities have related in property or personnel damage, and we see something's happening here, then we might prepare in the event that it could happen here. So again, I know there was a great deal of damage done in a number of cities around the time that there was the protest here at City Hall. Fortunately, our City Hall was did not occur with the groups that came out to protest with our City Hall.
I just want to state that this was a protest that was in response to the homicide of Anthony Mclean. There was no property damage at that time. There was no reason to anticipate that they were going to go tear down City Hall. Thank you.
Commissioner Levy?
So I just want to link some of the comments together, and I appreciate Commissioner Abernathy kind of finishing my thought on. So there are a lot of these weapons and things out there, but we also inadvertently encourage the popularity of the weaponry. I think I heard the lieutenant say that we show off the armored vehicles at community events, and so we sort of end up celebrating the amount of the military equipment and the violence that's capable of. Certainly, if there's a situation where people are going to be harmed, you want to be prepared. I totally take that point that you need whatever you need in order to scale down an event. And we need, as Commissioner Abernathy pointed out, really strict policies and controls and guardrails again, so that if there isn't a need to do anything more than deploy the equipment, that we don't do anything more than that, so that there are controls. And I would say, in addition, we ought to be really mindful of not celebrating the amount of weaponry and capabilities that we have. I don't know if that's done for recruitment or public opinion, but you know, we need the guardrails, and we need to be careful about using this equipment for anything other than the scenarios that the lieutenant described.
And we have worked in, if you read the policy, the actual list, each one has a authorized use portion, and it specifically states who can authorize the use of it. So those are worked in, they are assessed from the police chief down. I mean, during the protests or the demonstrations that we had back in 2020, police chief was here every day. We were evaluating, assessing what needed to be done, how we're going to handle things, and so there's that oversight on internally as well.
And that's what we're trying to make sure of, and make sure that those are formalized and reliable and in place for every single deployment of the equipment.
Which is why the bill includes that portion, and why it's so important that we have that in the policy.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Lieutenant Grisafi, for taking our tough questions and comments, and for being a good listener in this moment, and answering our questions. And I don't want to berate this particular topic, but because I think you just addressed it, you know, as I'm looking at the categorization of the different equipment, and noting here how it does provide a description, a purpose, and an authorized use. I'm seeing that oftentimes in that authorized use portion, there's reference to PPD policy, which is an indication to me that in the event that authorized use is violated, and therefore violates a policy, then there could be disciplinary action taken. I would imagine. Is that true, Lieutenant?
Yes, that is the intent of the policy, and why we included all that.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. And again, referencing something you mentioned earlier, that authorization is different than deployment, right? So that authorization of use is different than the deployment of any of this equipment. And so I just want to get clarity. Is there policies linked to deployment of any of this equipment?
Yes, the policy itself, 711, on the inventory lists, it talks about when we would use that. And it talks about, oftentimes it's the chief police, the SWAT commander, the incident commander, whatever it is, depending on the item, tells us when and how we can use that. It's very specifically on there, and that was intentional on our part to make sure that was included in there. And I think, I'm not sure if that's the question you're asking.
Yeah, maybe if we could just take one for example, like the robot, maybe, if that's okay. It's the first one I'm looking at. Okay. Right. So under section C, it says authorized use. Can you tell me there where it's about deployment and then where it's about use? And as you're finding that, Lieutenant, because maybe where I'm going a little bit with this is, would love to know with some more specificity, the robot will be utilized in hostage situations, or, maybe, that kind of language where we get a little bit more of a sense. Is that possible, or is that too limiting, or?
Well, that's the
difficulty. Yeah, tell me, please.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, because there's certain situations in which it can be used. Really, our intention is so that, and just talking about the robot, is we'd like to use it to gather information, gather details about what is going on, and that's how we would use it. I'll tell you, because of the situation, if you all recall back in Dallas a couple of years back, when that individual went on a shooting rampage during a protest and killed 5 different officers, and then he went and barricaded himself. They used the robot in a completely different way that it's intended for. They used it by attaching an explosive on there, that they drove up to where the guy was barricaded and they detonated the explosive to because they couldn't get close to him and he was still armed. So that's how they used it. That's not the normal way that you're going to use it. So limiting it could cause us some difficulties for public safety in the future. Obviously, there's limitations as to what each of these items can do. But at times, we might have to ad lib with the equipment to resolve a situation and stop an individual who's intending on causing harm to individuals in Pasadena. So limiting it could be difficult for us.
I understand. Yeah, I think I want to think a little bit more again around this use of language and the difference between deployment and use, right? That deploying maybe the Bearcat feels different to you than the use of it, right? The deployment of a 50 caliber rifle is different than the use of it. Would you agree that that's the differentiation?
Yes, there's a big difference between the two. We deployed several items on the demonstrations that we had in 2000, the 60 plus demonstrations we had in 2020. We deployed it every day that we had a demonstration. Did we use it every day? No, we didn't. We didn't use it one day. Other than as Commissioner Jones mentioned, the Bearcat during the situation at the City Hall.
So that City Hall with the Bearcat, is that from your perspective deployment or is that use?
That was a deployment.
Deployment. Okay. So then, and that's where the question comes up for me around, is there policy around deployment, right? And I'm hearing you say that it's just naturally embedded in the authorized use?
Deployment. So I see where you're going. We have tools available to us for purposes to protect the community. And they generally, the majority of these, not all of them, but the majority of these fall under lock and key and are only brought out from our specialized units. Do we use them? No, we don't. We rarely use them, as I mentioned. But I don't. They need to be accessible to us so that we can have them available to us in the event. So there's not necessarily a deployment. There's tools that are available. There's not necessarily a deployment that says, hey, you can only bring them out on these situations, because we don't know how the situation is going to unfold at times. We have to be prepared, because we don't have time to run back to the station and get certain pieces of equipment. We have to take our equipment, better be prepared than ill prepared in the event things really go sideways on us.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You've given me some stuff to think about. Thanks.
Commissioner Anand?
Just briefly, because I know it's been a very long night, that I want to stress, because sometimes people don't remember, but we were not like any other city in 2020. We had two of the largest protests that was done. 3,000 plus people at both. Both were safe and both were orderly. And so this idea that, we could be like, I understand the different examples, don't get me wrong, and they're very real because they happened and people were hurt and killed. But our city did not show up like that in 2020. We showed up with facts over emotions, and community movement and power movement was very, very strong, but we still definitely showed up. So I really want to center that, because I'm hearing a lot as though, what's going on around the country or even what's going on in other states, I think is very important, because those things were happening and people, civilians were dying, even in those cities. But even where we had a death in the city, our community did not show up in that kind of counter violence. And so let's just kind of remember that and respect our community for that while we're discussing what we do need if changes does happen in our community that violence was to erupt. Thank you.
And one last thing, Lieutenant Bill, I do appreciate you for being patient with me because I know how I can get. But I do just want to share this with you and with Cynthia. I understand that there is a very real concern in regards to public safety. But there's a problem when our city's approach to dealing with violence isn't to diffuse it, but to meet it with superior violence. That, to me, creates and reinforces a culture of violence within the city that ultimately harms all of our residents, whether it's at the hands of police or not. So I believe the example has to be set here, because this is where the power is held within the city. And I think we have to be very careful in how we put language to our policies that demonstrate to the public that we are on the side of preserving life. That's all I have to say. But thank you for your time, and I appreciate your words.
We do have a few public comments if you'd like to move to those now.
Yes, please.
Our first public comment is from Yadi. And while Yadi is coming into the room, just say we also received a written public comment that was distributed, posted on the website, and will be made part of the public record. Yadi,
Hi.
please go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to commend the commission for excellent, pointed, and important questions that were asked tonight. Over 70 civil rights and service organizations throughout California sent a coalition letter recently to elected officials in cities and counties across the state, urging city councils like Pasadena's to fully implement AB 481, the new state law on military equipment used by law enforcement agencies. I want to emphasize that this is for military equipment that does not get lost. AB 481 addresses the use of tank-like armored vehicles, assault rifles, tear gas, rubber bullets, drones, and other equipment by local law enforcement agencies in our communities. Dozens of use policies and ordinance proposed so far are incomplete and fall short of the transparency that's needed for civilian decisions about the large range and volume of military equipment used by law enforcement. I call on the Community Police Oversight Commission and the concerned public to take the opportunity to scrutinize the proposed use policy created by Pasadena PD and the corresponding ordinance that will come about. You touched upon Lexipol, so I'll skip over that. Let's not forget that Pasadena PD recently purchased a couple military drones and told the public that they were not military equipment, but they appear in this policy. The marketing materials for those drones were of soldiers in military uniforms. This stuff is military equipment. No misleading semantics here. Pasadena PD is one of a very few outliers who has chosen to classify assault rifles as standard issue and has omitted them from this use policy. So I think that we should double check the work here. So some of these questions that you guys have raised, but I want to reiterate is, when is the use of military equipment authorized? When is it not authorized? What are the clearly defined procedures for documenting the use of military equipment? Who will deployments be reported to, and how will those records be kept? Is military equipment for, quote, anti-terrorism or anti-protest, or what? What about when children are present? It's concerning to hear tonight that the Bearcat is used to condition people to the presence and interaction of military equipment. But moving on. You know, is there a private right of action? Because there should be. The initial report to City Council attempted to paint Pasadena as being a unique position that legitimizes the need for over $2 million in military equipment, like hosting very large events, but this does not excuse the city or PD from creating a strong policy and ordinance that gives assurances of not exposing people to unnecessary violence. And this is a tool to hold our law enforcement accountable, or, to even question if this equipment is even necessary in our city. In my written public comment to the commission, I have provided a list of references in several studies showing that police departments that acquire military-grade equipment are more likely to use violence. One study in particular shows correlations between law enforcement acquisition of more military equipment leads to more local residents who are more likely to be severely injured or even die in encounters with police and sheriffs. Don't let this less lethal label, fool you. These things have been used to shoot people in the eye, and people have died from less lethal. I would also like to take this time to remind the commission to the list of recently passed legislation regarding law enforcement. I provided a couple months back, and to please leverage it, especially now with the selection of a new police chief. Finally, I'd like to point out that the law provides an additional 180 days for this process, so there's no need to rush through the creation of this very important policy and ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Bautista.
Hello, commissioners, and hi, Lieutenant. Yeah, I was there that night, August 20th, 2020, and y'all definitely had a Bearcat pointed right at us, along with mutual aid forces, Glendale, Burbank, Arcadia, on top of Pasadena. Officers all in riot gear and all very ready to use your non-lethal weapons on about a group of 20 people who had actually gotten permission from City Manager Mermel and Chief Perez to be there that evening. They said, hey, no problem, as long as everything stays safe, which it was. We had no weaponry, we had no intention, we had no bad intention to, ruin property or hurt anybody. It was pretty quiet out there, and Pasadena police started towing people's cars that were parked nearby. So that was their first tactic, was basically just not only make sure that they had us entrapped from all angles, because the first person in riot gear, officers I saw in riot gear, actually crept up from behind us through the courtyard where the fountain is at City Hall. But yeah, they wanted to make sure we actually couldn't get home safe too, by basically trapping us from all angles. They then, Jasmine Richards Abdullah negotiated with Perez and Moody, who was also there, and Steve Mermel was also there, by the way. Apparently he also totally okayed all of it. And Lieutenant Gersafi, I like how it took you a moment to remember exactly what that was, but it seemed like you knew exactly what it was once you remembered. Anyways, yeah, that was completely inappropriate, and I think the department still has to do some kind of reporting, internal reporting on that matter. As you just admitted that not only did you deploy the Bearcat that evening, you actually deployed it every day there was a protest. So what I would like to see is a monthly report to CPOC of exactly which military grade on this list weaponry gets deployed. I would also like to see a weaponry auditor who could be trusted by the community to take that account and work between CPOC, the city manager, the IPA, and PPD to make sure that we're getting accurate records, records of when everything gets deployed, when it gets used, who's using it, who made the decision to deploy it, what was the reason, what was the scenario, the police reports attached to it, the results. And I also want to see a policy that of what would happen disciplinary wise if these were deployed in a way that was not suitable or was not categorically used in the way that it should be. And I see that this is listed as an action item tonight, so I would like to urge CPOC commissioners to please do not make any action on this. Please make recommendations that would require the department staff to come back with legitimate policy that we can read and see that they have processes in place that would make sure that they're using these weapons in a transparent way. Because I'd like to say that the Bearcat is the only weapon on this list that I've seen used in an inappropriate way. But I've also seen instance where chemical gas was deployed on the community members at La Pintoresca Park after Anthony Mclean was murdered. And an 11-year-old boy was exposed to that chemical gas. His mother stood up for him, and she has been charged with battery on a peace officer, even though her son was the one who needed to be taken to the hospital that night. She's still doing anger management classes, and I salute her for standing up for her son, as that was a wholly inappropriate way of reacting towards the community. They also tased Trey, who was not any threat at all. He was a friend of Anthony Mclean. He's also one of Michael Zinzin's grandchildren. And he was accused of battery on a peace officer as well. So he's fighting charges. So not only does this weaponry get used on community members in wholly inappropriate ways, but it also gets turned around on them where they then get criminalized because this weaponry was used on them. Let's not forget that J.R. Thomas was tased and beat to death by Pasadena police officers. So although you might call it non-lethal, it doesn't mean that it's not deadly. It's still deadly equipment that I believe needs to be recorded, reported, and have disciplinary consequences when it's not used appropriately. In addition, I noticed your mobile command unit, which was purchased for over $1.5 million last year, is also on this list, which I've also seen used in a wholly inappropriate way. It's supposed to be used for emergency scenarios, emergency response scenarios, but when PPD was ordering for the vigil of Anthony Mclean to be literally thrown away by city maintenance workers in the Public Works Department, PPD then parked their mobile command unit at La Pintoresca Park the following day to try and make a show of force, much like you like to do with your Bearcat at community events. So I would like to see actual documentation, actual reporting monthly to this committee that would really hold your police department accountable to how you pick and choose your military toys, and not just willy-nilly about it, because frankly, like, this track record is not looking so great. And I know that you use the Rose Parade as a blanket opportunity to use your weapons in Northwest Pasadena, but we're not standing for that anymore. And I do remember when Steve Mermel said, oh, we don't have any drones, but there's obviously drones on this list. And I would really appreciate the photos of them as well. So with that, I would just, again, like to, let me see. I hear your intent, but where's the policy that enforces that intent? Third-party auditor who is hired to report on weaponry monthly, someone who is not a cop, someone who reports directly to IPA, CPOC, and city manager. So, and then the disciplinary policy that creates repercussions for violating that intent, something that you all can hold yourselves accountable to as well and feel like you're rebuilding that trust with community. I agree with that list, pros, cons, unexpected lethal potential. That should be part of the training with anybody who uses or is exposed to or has decision making in these weapons. And then just again, please, CPOC, do not approve this. Please request that they, vet all of this, come back with an, I like that word that you use, program. This is a program. So I don't just, when I see a program, I don't just see a list of your supplies and call that a program. This is deadly programming. And when we're talking about lives, when we're talking about our residents, how are you going to make us feel safe in this deadly programming? Because simply put, I don't think this programming should exist. Like, the FBI comes to town when Rose Parade comes to town. So we know that there's plenty of weaponry by people who can use it, by the way, because let's face it, police officers, even if you do have like that weekly training, a lot of the times it gets in the hands of somebody who doesn't have it, and they can create disabilities and kill people. So let's create an active program that's, transparent and has higher standards than just which one am I going to pick today list. And I would also like to recommend that the CPOC put this on hold until a chief is hired, because the city manager said, oh, I'm getting some echo, but yeah, like the city manager said, really these are decisions that a chief should be deciding as well. And if you're trying to put in somebody like a new visionary chief, wouldn't you want them part of this new program? And also just want to make sure that there's a competitive process. So we're not spending like on the most expensive equipment. We're getting at least trying to save some money on this expensive bullshit. I also just want to remind folks that weaponry has been used on communities of color as part of the war on drugs, which started in the 80s under Reagan. That's when militarization of communities really started. So please, if we're going to continue this really wicked, corrupt programming, let's remember where it came from and where it's going, because really this should be completely abolished.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Mr. Milo Kirsch.
Hi, thank you. As I said, I've been following the discussion. I want to thank Commissioners Abernathy and Argento, because clearly you're some of the only commissioners who read through the full report. Unfortunately, what I've seen tonight is that a number of commissioners did not read through the agenda report, did not read through this report that's been published for days now, and are asking questions of Lieutenant Grisafi that are answered in the report, and he's pointing you to sentences in the report. It's incredibly disappointing to see that on a commission charged with oversight that you are not taking the initiative and advantage of preparing yourselves for these meetings and parroting talking points. I have to say, I was at the protest or the demonstration at City Hall where there was a Bearcat. I don't recall it being used. I recall that it was there. Unfortunately, I understand that the police department can't just take the word of demonstrators that it will not turn violent. It's an unfortunate aspect of the world we live in at the moment because of the amount of weaponry that exists on the streets, the amount of weaponry that's untraced, that exists on the streets, that exists as perfectly accessible to anybody. And whether or not they're part of a demonstration or not, they could want to use a demonstration as cover. So I would very much encourage members of this commission to really educate yourselves on what you're talking about. Having, there are no stupid questions, but having questions that have already been answered in the report be repassed through and re-litigated when they don't need to be, and when there are more pertinent questions to be asked, is very disappointing for what this commission was intended to be, which was adequate oversight of the police department. So I strongly encourage commissioners to take more of an initiative, read, ask questions that are pertinent and that haven't already been asked, because that's what the community has regarded this commission as for. It's not for blatantly and blindly attacking the police with personal anecdotes. It's for an adequate, assessment of what needs to be changed, what needs to be kept, what needs to be made different at the police department. And so I hope that you will take this advice and do some self-reflection and improve the process. I do really want to thank Commissioners Abernathy and Argento. You guys clearly read the report. You asked pertinent questions, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker is Ms. Hughes.
Hello, my name is Heavenly Hughes. I'm the co-founder of My Tribe Rise, and we focus on police accountability. I want to echo what Yadi and Adriana said. If I could repeat every word they said again and again to you all, to the city of Pasadena, like a broken record, or even like my favorite song, I would do it over and over and over again. Keep repeating these statements until we see a change and see these concerns of the community addressed. The subject of transparency and police accountability is obviously not a low-hanging fruit, because it continues to be over the heads or the reach of our frontline leaders here in the city of Pasadena. I also want to just respond to what I think it was Milo just said about reviewing this information. Oftentimes, just like when we're in school, you got to review things over and over again to catch it all. And I feel it's good that Lieutenant Bill is here to answer questions that maybe one of the commissioners needed to get more information on or be refreshed on. And also it allows us to be refreshed and understand and have more of the information. And so again, let me see what else. I do want to say, Lieutenant Bill, you did start this off with focusing on the New Year's Eve, the Rose Parade, but please don't take away the fact that this is military equipment. It seems like you were wanting to kind of drift away from the fact that this really is military equipment being used in our community. And it seems like it could be used at times only for things like you said, something so big like the Rose Parade, where you having millions and millions of people. But when you're having your local communities and maybe surrounding cities coming to a protest or coming to a demonstration, these military, this military equipment, as Commissioner Serrano brought up, what is the policy for deploying these types of this type of military equipment? So again, like a broken record in my favorite song, I want to repeat what Yadi and Adriana said and what many of the commissioners brought up to be addressed. Thank you so much.
Can I make one clarification on something that was said, specifically on the the gas that was used at the park. There's a difference, and the bill, AB 481, differentiates between gas and pepper spray. Pepper spray specifically is not included in this equipment list. And that was the item that was used on that night that was referenced. I just need to make sure that that's clear for everybody to understand.
Chair, at this point, I don't know if, I know some conversations were made in terms of further comments, if you'd like to verbally give comments or decide if there's maybe a written document that the commissioner would like to create. I know there may be still more questions or feedback you would like to give on this, so will you have that conversation?
Yeah, before I address that, Commissioner Anand.
Yeah, hi. After 5 hours being in this meeting, sheesh. I don't normally respond, but I'm going to the comment that was given that we don't read the agenda. I cannot get offended, but I can tell you, sir, that everything on the agenda, as far as I am concerned, and if you are truly listening with, as the word has been tonight, unbiased is, let me say it again, unbiased is, you would hear that most and all of our, let me say all of our commissioners who have spoken tonight have absolutely read the agenda and have been very present in every single agendized item. So, but I'm speaking for myself right now because I know that I did. And I'm speaking for myself, knowing that not even being in Pasadena right now and having to be present, I apologize that whatever you heard, you didn't feel was centered to what you thought somebody may have not read the agenda. And the questions that I asked, which was, is there a picture? There should be a picture against the military item. I don't believe was on the agenda that I read, and maybe you read. But like I said, I think that we must be doing something right for your response. But I appreciate that because that means that whatever we're doing, we're all learning and we are going to make mistakes. So I apologize if you feel that 80% of this commission has not been reading our agenda, but I do feel that we really have, as we have been very present for 5 hours. Thank you.
Commissioner Argento.
Yes, I think Milo Kirsch has misread the level of preparation from members of this commission concerning the DA's report. I had no sense that anybody who spoke had not read the report and had engaged in some serious reflection on that. So I wanted to join Commissioner Anang in that remark. I guess I think I need some clarification. Tonight's action item was to review the proposed military equipment use policy. I think we have done that by the engaging with the lieutenant and listening to our questions. It was part of the review process he's engaging with in order to comply with the new law as it approaches potentially becoming an ordinance for the city. So I think we've done that. I think we've done the action. I don't understand we're being asked to approve items policy 711 as written. Am I wrong in that?
I think you're correct, Commissioner. I think the idea is just the action item is providing the feedback you would like to provide as a commission.
And I would encourage every one of you, as well as anybody that may have a comment on this, to jump on our website and make the comment. There's a spot for everybody to do that, and so I'd encourage you to do that.
Thank you, Lieutenant Bill. The only thing I would add, just to re-echo sentiments that were already stated, is if we're looking for accurate public comments, I think the public needs education on what these what weapons, what these weapons look like, and how they work exactly. So just to reemphasize, having links or pictures or something to make these knowledge of these types of weapons more accessible to general members of the public, because if there may be some who may do inaccurate searches and may come across misinformation. So I think if we can provide that for the public, that would maximize our accuracy of good feedback. Commissioner Abernathy?
Thank you, Chair Banez. And the only thing I'm going to add at this late hour, but it's consistent with what we've been saying, the public comment, that we are expressing concern about the use of some of this equipment against people in ways that wouldn't be typical use, however you want to say it, but there's concern about that. So we at least want the City Council to consider the development of policies related to that. I mean, something like that, right? There is concern that's been consistently expressed about that. So some monitoring, some policy that at least addresses that.
If there are any there are no more comments, we will now proceed to the next agenda item, which is Commission Work Plans, Updates, and Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. This is our last item on the agenda. I know, like everyone said, it's been a long meeting, so thank you all for hanging in there and being engaged. We do actually have, as part of this item, 2 other speakers. The Training Ad Hoc Committee has been looking into, obviously, doing community-led trainings for the Commission. And as we discussed last month in terms of waiting for a budget, they had asked for these 2 speakers to come in and briefly just give themselves a bit of an introduction of the kind of training they would be offering to the Commission to show the Commission the value of this training. So if Commissioner Anong or any of the other ad hoc committee members on training would like to introduce that, please feel free.
Yes, sorry, Amanda, if you could tell me who is up first is it Mr. Moody or Mr.
Yeah,
K.
let's have Mr. Moody come in first. Frankie will bring him into the meeting.
Thank you. I will just allow Mr. Moody, who's been very patient for these 5 hours, to introduce himself, and very respected historian in our community. Thank you.
I'm still awake. And I want you to know that I was here for the whole thing from 6 o'clock. My name is Gary Moody, middle initial L. Well, yeah, thank you for the snaps. I was born and raised in Pasadena, 71 years. My family has been in Pasadena over 100 years, and I've seen many, many administrations, starting with the City Board of Directors on through our City Council as it is in its present state. One thing I would like to add is that I went to all the schools: Cleveland Elementary, Washington Junior High School, Blair High School, Pasadena City College, and graduated my sociology degree at Cal State LA and my master's degree at the University of Phoenix. I also have been married for over 42 years. I love my wife. And I have 2 grown kids that also went through the school district process. And I'm glad to say that I'm about to be a proud grandfather later on this year. So thank you for that. But what I'm here today is just give you a little background on who I am and where I started. When I left Pasadena City College, I had become a noted activist in a couple of issues that had happened at Pasadena City College, especially in 1969 with the insurrection at Pasadena High School. I was a member of the first original BSU under the leadership of Roy Malik Hayes. After I left there, PCC, I went on to San Jose under a scholarship, a track and field scholarship, in which I came back and got my degree in sociology at Cal State LA. In those times, I became a part of what is now known as a group called the Black Male Forum. And this Black Male Forum was very instrumental in various institutions that are now existing, including CHAPS, which we received an award from John Kennedy for our activism in making sure that facility on the corner of Tremont and Fair Oaks was basically opened up. I also am a part of a group called Pasadena Inception Committee, where we used to sit at the city board of directors meetings and introduce various members from the community to the city of Pasadena. Fast forwarding, I was also a part of the mental health community for 30 years as a therapeutic behavior specialist, a child and family specialist, and also a case manager at Pacific Clinics, 5 Acres, and Pasadena Mental Health. That background also led me to create my program, which was called Crown Cities Community Development under CMI Consultants, which is my business, where we did behavior modification, especially dealing with anger management and self-esteem for youth and young adults for 5 years at DeVille Family Services. I also received the Golden Apple Award in 2 school districts, at Garvey School District and a Rosemead School District, for my programs that covered 12 years through those 3 different school districts. So when I came back to Pasadena, I said, well, I think it's very important to get involved in the local structures. So I then was approached by one of my mentors, Don Mims, who was on the executive committee for the NAACP. And for the next 18 years, I volunteered as 3rd vice president, 2nd vice president, 1st vice president under Joe Brown, and then president for 4 years at Pasadena branch of the NAACP. And through those situations and through the various issues and programs that we have had developed through NAACP also led to my becoming one of the facilitators for a well-known institute, and you know about that, Juliana, with Tony Massingale at Flint Ridge Center, in which we had helped Jaylene Mosley at various programs and projects with some of our graduates to create the community home, as Flint Ridge was named by the city of Pasadena's City Council. I currently am a part of a group called the Dakar Plateau Sister Cities Committee, and I am one of the founders of the Dakar Plateau Sister City Subcommittee that is chaired by Bolan Basalou. Now, in respect to the curriculum that I have, this curriculum, let me tell you, being here all night, it just really, really gave more credence to this overview and this training outline that I'm about to bring to your attention, hopefully sometime later on in June or even July, with an overview history focusing on the city of Pasadena and its relationship with African Americans, Japanese Americans, and Mexican Americans since the inception in 1886. I have done 2 documentaries with Dixie Boyd and our group for the Black History Committee for 2 years. Part 1 and Part 2 you can see on the Royal Seco channel. And I've been interviewed by almost anybody and everybody that wants to know about Black history in Pasadena, including our Black pages and including Pasadena Now. Now, this outline and this overview will show an in-depth view of what has happened between the time of the inception from the Indiana colony to what we have now as what we consider a hub of the Los Angeles greater area. Now, one of the things I focused on in that respect was immigration of the above ethnic groups that I mentioned and the impact on the city's Pasadena's growth in the past 120 years. One of the things is the city of Pasadena's social structure with emphasis on the elite class, white and blue collar families and political landscape, community displacements that affected the above ethnic groups with emphasis on the African American community. Also, institutional racist policies that limited access to economic opportunities and real estate with emphasis on housing. And we can see that still goes on today. Pre and post World War II migration of the African American families from Southwest Pasadena to Northwest Pasadena. Also, educational opportunities through the Pasadena Unified School District and occupational opportunities through the various departments of the city of Pasadena with emphasis on the police and fire departments. I've served under various police as a young adult from McGowan through our two Black chiefs, which was Oliver and Robeson. And also, I am no relation to Cheryl Moody, but she is my friend. Okay. And then, and this emphasis are also shown with excerpts from the Paul Cremy dissertation of 1940 regarding the socialization of the Negro in Pasadena. And also discriminative policies of Pasadena Chamber of Commerce regarding home ownership of African Americans with specific areas of Pasadena, knowing that there were covenants that said that we should not own certain properties throughout the city of Pasadena, and then it allowed us to do so. Also, on C, the African American relationship with the Pasadena Police Department. And as we can see today, we're still uncomfortable with a lot of the things that the Pasadena Police does in 2022. But what I have here with the Pasadena Police Department, there was a time when Pasadena was purely a community policing organization. So post-World War II, from 1940s to 1960, saw some very interesting situations involving the proliferation of our Pasadena Police Department, post-Vietnam War, 1960s and 1970s, where we started having a large number of ethnic minorities in the Pasadena Police Department. The recruitment process post-Vietnam War, 1970s and 1980s, and the rise of the drug and gang wars of the 80s and 90s in Pasadena and the greater Pasadena area. Also, the deterioration, which is something that I have seen from my youth to date at 71 years old, the deterioration of the relationship between the African American community and the police department started in the 1990s to the present. I was there as a part of a group called the Friends of Michael Bryant when he was murdered by the police department the same night that they beat Rodney King. The deterioration of between the African American community and the police department with officer-involved shootings from 1990s to the present, accusations of harassment of African American males with emphasis on young adult males, recruitment of police officers not familiar with ethnic minority residents or empathetic with community issues and ideas. As I can see, a lot of that was spoken to and by our commissioners today, and the things that we have seen since the George Floyd murder. Now, and number two, which is going to be part of the areas of resolve, is overviewing, excuse me, the specifics of discrimination practices within the police department and how utilizing empathetic practices with anger management can improve relationships between the African American community and the police department. And I remember, I don't know who has said that, but one of the things that was most important to note is the word empathy. Now, historical perspective regarding recruitment processes, the importance of community policing as service, not enforcement. Outreach among police officers through fellowship as opposed to mandates. Off-duty volunteer activities with community groups, including schools and churches within the patrol service area. Long-term effects of compatibility with ethnic communities as a tool for improved relations among African American and Hispanic families, which means that you need to understand the language and traditions of the community the police officer serves. So I look at the fact that in this outline and in this training, we want to look at the service that is being provided, not looking at it as law enforcement, but community service. We need to get back to whereas our police department is not involved with enforcement policies, but community service policies. To look at the militarization of our community by these officers that are coming and utilizing us like we were a part of some type of riot situation, to be in riot gear. That is unknown in Pasadena as far as my life is concerned. When we are engaged in certain situations involving protests and things of that nature, there's a lot of ways to do that without having to be dressed up like you were going to kill somebody, you know. So I'm hoping that through this commission and through my training, and I offer diverse methods of training, which include PowerPoints and, or if necessary, specific speakers. I learned through the Institute in regards to engagement of diverse community activists, diverse community administrators, diverse community artists, as well as community people who are just concerned about what's going on in our neighborhood. So I hope that you consider this. And if there are any questions that I can answer for you, I sit here wide awake and ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moody.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you so much for joining us and hanging in there with us, Mr. Moody. I only wanted to say thank you so much for hanging in here with us.
Thank you.
I've heard some of your overview before, so I already know what to expect. Just kind of sad to see that most of the law enforcement that were present at the meeting aren't in here any longer to at least understand some of what you would bring and the value that it could bring in. Hopefully they would be joining us at any time that you would be presenting. I
would hope so. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Argento?
I think my question was answered, but maybe not. I'll ask it anyway. This is a preview of something you're going to present to us more fully at some other time. Is that correct?
Absolutely. This is about 2 hours, and I would look at this as hopefully just being a part one.
Okay, fantastic.
I might think it might take more than just 2 hours.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moody. I thought your outline was great. I look forward to the training. And I think that something you said there at the end really resonated with me. And Amanda, if we could get this back to Mr. Rojas, that the idea for our new police chief, that he or she be community service oriented and not focused so much on enforcement. I thought that was really powerful and would like to pass that along. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stacy?
Here. I'd like to thank, sorry. Okay, brain not working. Commissioner Jones for giving us that presentation. That was great. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Moody. I truly look forward to hearing your presentation. I'm sure it will be most enlightening.
Thank you.
We do have another speaker for a different training if we'd like to bring in. Hey, Ron, I've also been waiting for quite a while, I know.
Thank you. Is he in?
He is, but go ahead if you want to introduce him, Commissioner Non.
Yes. Kayron, well, I will let him introduce himself, but it kind of comes full circle to how we began. Kayron will talk, as he introduced himself, that we centered the voices of our families and understood and heard very clearly their trauma. And so I'll just introduce Kayron from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for having me. Thank you for the work that you do. I'll make sure I'm brief. My name is Kayron Valentine. My background is I'm a community member. Also, I'm on a professional level. I was a teacher. I've worked with incarcerated youth for over a decade. And what I end up doing is developing a life skills curriculum. And I'm just giving you a quick overview of everything. So when I developed this life skills curriculum, I developed it because I was working with young people, and I seen all these programs that focused on behavior, telling them what to do, what not to do, and all these type of things. But I understand that in order to influence behavior, you must first tap into what somebody values. So behavior is led by values and, and things of that nature. So I end up creating a curriculum to help shift the values into a more productive, way of thinking for a lot of our young people. And then that took off all over the country. And I started realizing that I was also taking for granted that just because I have this curriculum doesn't mean that those who are in the lives of these young people had the insight to really work with these young people. So I started developing trainings, and that's where I start now. So I ended up developing a youth engagement training. And then that took off, and a lot of people, it took off again all over the country. And thankful to Full Circle Vision 2020, I was in the first cohort with Flint Ridge and all of that. I got exposed to this concept of trauma. And when I was listening to this workshop about trauma, I went thinking I'm going to get information so I could work with these young people. At the time, I was working with incarcerated youth, and I'm going to take it back to them. But as I kept hearing it, I said, this is me. This is the people that I know. I mean, it just really shifted my mindset. And it helped me understand myself better, and it helped me understand my community better. And it just changed my whole outlook on life and my relations. So I ended up just going all in, learning all I could learn about with trauma, just really understanding it from not from just an academic standpoint, which I do. I also do lectures at USC frequently. I'm an author. I wrote a book called Beyond the Crack Generation, Surviving the Trauma Organized Culture. So I tell you that to say I do value the academic side of it, but academics is not enough. For anybody could stand and put a PowerPoint and talk about trauma, but it has to be practical. So I learned all I could and all I can, because I'm still making sure I'm a student to it. And I do trainings, trauma-informed trainings all across this nation. And when I say trauma-informed trainings, it's not just about understanding trauma. It's about understanding how to respond to it. It's also about how trauma can lead to certain implicit biases. We do trainings on trauma-informed de-escalation strategies, because it's not enough to have de-escalation strategies if you're not trauma-informed, because trauma affects everybody involved. You know what I'm saying? So I say all that to say when we do these trainings, is to really shift the lens of everybody involved. Because when we're talking about trauma in regards to our communities, both the officer and the community resident, both are under trauma, or both have been exposed to trauma or dealing with trauma. So here we are in a situation where, I may have I'm going to explain how trauma works real quick, and then I'll make it brief. And this is just something, and then I'll bring it home with the community, and I'll leave it at that. This is what I share with people. Let's say I'm 10 years old, and my mom tell me to go to the corner store, go get a gallon of milk. On my way to the corner store, I hear a chain rattle. I look around, I hear that chain rattle, I see a pit bull coming at me full speed, barking, foaming at the mouth, whatever. I run, oh my gosh, this pit bull is about to eat me. I run around the car, hop on the car, heart beating fast. The pit bull gets distracted, ends up going his own way. I see the coast is clear. I calm down. I still got to go get that milk because I can't go back empty-handed, right? So I go get the milk, go back home. I got a story to tell. 10 years later, I'm 20 years old, right? I could be with my girlfriend. I could be with my partners. I could be with whoever. I hear a chain rattle. What's going to instantly happen is my frontal lobe is going to shut down. My amygdala is going to kick in. My heart going to be fast, and I'm going to be looking for a pit bull, right? Once I look around and I see there's no pit bull coming, there's only a poodle. There's no disrespect to poodles, but there's only a poodle coming. I calm down and I could go about my way. When we're dealing with trauma, it's the same thing. That's what a trigger looks like. A lot of times we use the word trigger when we're annoyed. Trigger is not about being annoyed. Trigger is a trauma response. So a lot of times when we're dealing with each other in the communities, we're constantly hearing chain rattles. When we're dealing with law enforcement, we're hearing chain rattles. When law enforcement dealing with us, they're hearing chain rattles. And our frontal lobes are shutting down constantly, and we're just reacting instead of responding. So I do a lot of trainings to make sure that we are responding to one another versus react. I know it's late, so I'm gonna spare us, any more time, but that's the introduction to the work that I do. So thank you for your time.
Yes. Commissioner Verrett?
Yes. This is kind of near and dear to my heart. What you're talking about trauma-informed communication, trauma-informed care, made reference to it earlier tonight. Yes. Adverse childhood events in which trauma is a part of it. And that example that you gave about the impact and the impact of that and the impact on the body when it goes through these triggers multiple times is a factor in long-term health for children as they grow older into adulthood. It is the basis for several diseases, several chronic diseases, and it is really important that we understand that and that we communicate in a way that we are understanding the trauma the person has experienced and change the dialogue away from what's wrong with you to what happened to you. And I think this is an important topic and one I feel very strongly about as well. And I think it's really important that we understand this. So I think this is great. So that's kind of like my commentary on that. I think this is great training for people to be aware.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Chair Banez. Again, thank you so much for hanging with us for this long, very valuable what you're sharing. Similarly, definitely not the same line of work as Commissioner Verrett, but I work in mental health and I all the way understand trauma impacts and the way we respond versus react in pertinent moments. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford?
Yes, thank you for your comments. And I'm not sure what the next steps are on training from both of the two individuals that spoke, but I look forward to it. And we'll just say that I also work with youth and workforce development, and we call those life skills power skills. So that's what they are. They're bringing us power. So thank you for your comments, and I look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I've noted power skills.
Well, Chair, we do have one public comment from Ms. Hughes, if you'd like to take that.
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Heavenly, and I'm gonna make this really quick, but I had to come on and say, yes, thank you for those power tools. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Thank you, Kayron. Thank you for every single commissioner, because you all have hung in there as well. You guys have continued to be engaged. And I just wanted to say thank you very much. This has been a great meeting tonight. I know it's been long, but it's been very informative, vital information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chair, that is the only public comment on this item. I know, go ahead, Commissioner Anand, sorry.
Commissioner Anand?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say to the commission, thank you for Mr. Gary Moody and Kayron, members of our community, who are totally entrenched in the work that they do. And thank you to the ad hoc committee for allowing this space to, come to fruition. This is something that even when we were fighting for the Oversight Commission, the the community, and the demands was for the oversight, for the IPA, and for training. Because if we're all trained together, not just as commission, community, and having police officers in that community, then we start to change a narrative. We start to have different conversations because we've all engaged in something together. And so I truly believe that as, you know, the community did, that, you know, it's all a part of that package. And it definitely shows with the commission members that are on the commission that it you know, it will all come, the fruit shall be shown. So thank you for bearing us in. And Lord Jesus, I'm 3 hours ahead of you guys, so I'm done.
With that said, this is the item for any updates on the work plan. Maybe the others speak for themselves within the work plan, and we would just need a motion to approve the updated work plan, unless someone else is desperate to make an update.
I move we approve the updated work plan.
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nahn. Frankie, can I have a roll call?
Commissioner Abernathy?
Yes.
Commissioner Nahn?
Yes.
Commissioner Argento?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich Ford?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Lurvy?
I was having trouble getting off mute. Sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Matthews?
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy?
Yes.
Commissioner Verrett?
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Chair Ibanez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you all. Thank you. What a way to welcome Commissioner Verrett. Hope we didn't scare you away.
Yeah, I was going to say, normally they're not always that long, Commissioner Barrett.
Yeah, I'm going to need more coffee, I think so.
Our first couple were this long, and it's been a long time since we had a meeting this long, so this is just an initiation.
Thank you all.
I'm sorry, Chair Ibanez, just really quick, the last item is just so you know, our next meeting is on June 2nd. We will hopefully have our IPA by then, so I will talk to the Chair and Vice Chair about that agenda, thinking through what will be on that.
Sounds good. Thank you, community. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, city staff. Please go